No, but it's hold on.
We're live, by the way. Don't say anything bad about Bevo. I mean, ooh, I didn't say it.
There you go, Adam. There he is. He's got his little Brody helmet on.
Oh, it's in black and white too. Why would it be in black and white? We have
it's
cameras that have color.
Bevo has a natural black and white filter.
He's a fucking SCP.
Yeah.
Even though all videos of him have.
He is probably an SMP.
SMP? That's a different thing, Dan. That's like a stock.
The Scottish National Party. And there's a Scottish SNP 500, isn't it?
Isn't that like a Korean sing group?
I'm sure
Probably.
if you just throw enough letters together, you can
There's
find
enough Korean sing groups
yeah, because like, they're fucking naming
probably the Monas
convention.
makers.
Hey, alright, that's patent pending, alright?
And pending.
Guys, all we need to do is get that Simonis thing on a shirt when we all.
I think he might fucking kill me if I get that. If I get
there
one.
only needs to be. You know how like there's only certain rings of power, and you don't need more of them because it fucks up the world.
I'll get one. I'll get a hat. It's a Monas thing.
We're gonna get it. We're just all.
I think he might try to beat me up if I do that.
Send me your sizes and I'll buy it. I swear.
You got to put your webcam on. That's the one caveat. Yeah, we're on our stream with our It's a Monas Thing merch.
No. I'm talking about when you finally come to the States.
Oh, we greet you at the fucking airport, all wearing the shirt.
It's a Monas Thing.
And I'm gonna be the one there in a regular shirt, and then everyone else is wearing.
Where's Adam?
And I'm just sitting there like, you fucking.
Where's Mr. Monas?
These people I call friends.
There's Mr. Monas. I'm here to see Mr. Monas. That's what they say. What's your business? Like, I'm here to see Adam.
Please, Mr. Monas is my father.
Yeah. Mr. Monas Jr.
I'm not a junior.
They're like, yeah, you can meet him. And then, like, we start patting you down.
You haven't carried any beans on you, are you, Dan?
Where's the fucking bun?
I mean, if you got beans on the plane, that would be pretty impressive, considering it's a pretty
metal,
large container.
Yeah.
It's illegal. You know how many people you could kill with a can of beans? At least one, probably.
There's that clip of Donald Trump saying, like, if you go overarm a can of beans to someone, you probably kill him. A brick, but a can of beans, you can really hurl. I believe him.
Let's go back to the beginning of 138.
There's Andrew.
Yeah, it's Andrew starts. Yeah.
Dude, I'm streaming on Twitch?
I'm streaming on every streaming platform.
Oh my god, look at that fucking... Can I get a zoom in, please?
Of what?
Of Dan.
Like in real life?
No,
I can increase Dan's camera size if you want. I can make it the whole thing.
Yeah, because I'm the only one that fucking has your camera on now, so... My boys... Camera shy.
Honestly, it kind of looks like... It kind of looks like me and Dan are just like two schizos in the same call, and everyone else is just like a figment of imagination or something.
Yeah.
I do think it's funny how his sword now looks like a little letter opener in his hand.
Get the fuck out of the way, you fat fuck!
Whoa, Henry, please. It's large lag.
He's playing Power World.
No, I'm not. I'm playing this game called D&D.
Yikes World, am I right? Is it still fun?
Put Baldur's Gate as a tag.
Baldur's Gate, yeah. You get so many. Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough.
Be weird.
We're those characters from.
I mean,
games.
we already established that we were doing the brainworm thing first. So.
Way before what? Yeah.
You know, it's the same thing kind of happened to me with my D&D campaign. I'm like, I'm gonna do it about Dragon Isles and this ancient dragon magic World of Warcraft Isle of the Dragons. I'm like, wait.
Oh no, they've been seeing the stream.
Well, Greg doesn't even stream it though, so it's even creepier. Like, one of you is a mole.
A mole.
Who talked to Blizzard?
Yeah, who fucking spilled the beans?
Tell me now, or
it's
I will
my
fucking
wife.
shoot
She's
you.
a Blizzard plant.
I will be leaving beans.
I married you to get your D&D ideas.
Alright, so first things first. Currently, Laszlo has the following tags on his Morphic Blade, just in case anyone wants to know. Suffering, Underdark, Mole-like, Lolth, and Neutrality. So, those are going to be fun to make passives for. There might be too many at some point. I might need to actually prune some, so maybe some of them might get pruned. Because I can't possibly fit that many magical abilities onto a single weapon that's not even in its final form yet. So
yeah, you can. Just don't think about it.
I like this guy more already.
well, let's start with the guy who's not here's recap. He's probably going to be extremely late. Later than even... who's the last person to join? According to... Well, Greg technically left
Pat's
multiple
been here.
times.
Yeah, Greg, what the fuck, dude?
We need consistency
Did you
here.
restart your router?
Have you tried peeing
Yeah.
on it?
See, it
I,
worked.
It did work, yeah.
I went over, shot it. Yeah.
See, call me technical support.
Hello, technical.
That didn't work for Nick's thing, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Hold
well,
on.
you didn't
Well,
have
check.
any-
I mean, it is Nick's
Adam, you don't
computer.
know. Have him check. Maybe that the fact that I did that to my internet fixed his computer.
That work.
I
Somehow.
have support.
Too many shirtless renders of Broly. That's what the.
It
that was
might
the
be
official
that, yeah.
Well,
diagnosis.
considering there are some people in the world who don't want you to have the air conditioning on and the microwave on at the same time because one makes hot and the other makes cold, I'm just saying that's a thing. So, can't excuse every instance of weird technology interactions, alright? I'm not saying that because I'm the one who thinks that, it's because someone in my family does. Alright. Andrews.
Pop, isn't it?
138. All my grandparents are... They're also late, but in the different context of the word. 138. Terran... What's Terran? Does anyone know?
I don't know.
Terran Psycho?
Alec?
Is that what he's calling?
I'm not reading it.
I think.
Well, this is Andrew's thing, so 138...
Is it like a Gears thing? Or?
No, it's directly underneath the, Patrick Bateman, but, we live in no specific location, primarily centered on Rutash, usually on Yerk and Roy's lawn. He spelled it Irk, but I'll give him a pass on that, I guess. My name is Daddle. What the? Hold on. What the fuck?
Daddles. Daddles.
What the fuck am I reading?
Daddles.
I'm not
Daddles.
the only one having a stroke here, am I?
No.
Is my
My
left
name's
eye going
Daddles.
limp or something?
My name is Daddles. Yeah.
My name is Daddles. I'm an indeterminate age. I believe in taking care of my new rank retriever, eating a lopsided diet with no structured exercise. Okay, this is something from American Psycho, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I've actually never read American Psycho.
Spelled his own name wrong.
Zen never shaves while imbibing significant amounts of alcohol which makes you look older, which is good. I'm gonna need a lot of context on these. These seem like direct quotes with just like
I think they might
ad-libbed.
be,
It's just like
yeah.
ad-libbed different like adjectives and nouns. In the morning, if Laszlo's face is dry, he'll use natural ashes from some guy's schmear on the ground as moisturizer. There's an idea of normalcy, but this is simply not real. Something illusory. Although Varys can hide his cold gaze of shame, and you can shake Kalos's hand as he promises you his soul, and maybe Zip's response to this are similar to yours, we are simply freaks. That's a long ass fucking...
I'm so confused.
I think that's an American Psycho quote.
Yeah,
from
but like
when
it sounds like one of the inner monologues of the character, but I have no context
Yeah,
for
because
this.
because the fucking dude is like some weird incel Patrick Bateman guy.
He's like some
weird fucking
American
loser.
Psycho or something, right?
See what he did?
Dan, like Jimmy, tap yourself right now, okay?
What's the hell's that?
To go to fucking therapy.
So put your finger into like a fist motion, but with like one knuckle standing out, and
Okay.
then hit yourself in the nuts. And you're supposed to like, if you're walking parallel with someone in the hallway, you speed up slightly past them, and as soon as you get within like their front, you turn around and you just do that with a flick of your wrist,
Oh, dude.
and then you could
Kill them.
optionally yell Jimmy tap as you do it.
Jimothy Tap.
We had someone lose a testicle in our school, in our high school, because of that.
Ooh,
The fuck?
who the fuck lost the testy?
I don't know who it was, but
That
I saw
is-
the happening of it.
Eggery or something.
Oh hell no!
Everyone just do a quick count. You got the boys?
I got there's 4.
Alec, you got the boys?
Hmm?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Next, Greg's is... I wonder if this is edited at all. Besides the fact that obviously the
No,
kid
the
doesn't
kid,
actually turn
yeah.
into a real spider. I mean, like the
Yeah.
text. I mean,
Actually, yeah.
the text.
Actually,
Obviously,
yeah.
it's edited.
It's
It's not
real.
really the kid. Also, the fact that his yellow ugly T-shirt blends into the spider is also a different thing. But still, the fact that it says "Fear has a new name, Yerk." I don't know if that's actually the real cover.
I
I'm
don't
assuming
know.
it is.
Ed could be.
But guys, is this edited?
Because it's real. The hell.
I would have also accepted if you photoshopped onto the kid in his original state, either Dan's real face or the miniature of his character's portrait.
I like it.
The next time, yeah.
You're just gonna use that all the time.
And then it
Me
spurred
putting me on
Gronk
spiders.
to post a different Animorphs, but it's Halcyon turning into a stuffed bear.
And then Gronk posted. Gronk's just horny, is what I'm getting.
Well, he has the other
most of it.
waifu chat. You guys, well, we want to check over there. It's I'm
Oh my
not
God, do
sharing
you
it on
really
stream.
want this?
What the f?
Boy, about to delete the group
Gronk,
chat.
what the hell?
Someone's about to go gooning.
Oh God.
Gronk's not ashamed, guys. Come on.
Gronk's fucking just going
I
for
think
it.
if anyone has achieved Nirvana, the closest person is Gronk. He has surpassed shame.
Is that because like ignorance is bliss?
No, he's just transcendent. He's like,
He evolved the crab.
Yeah. That's why he's not been on. He can't operate a keyboard anymore.
He keeps cutting the shit in half.
Yeah, he can't cut in all the cables.
let's skip over Gronk's stuff. And who put the laughing crying emoji? That was Greg. 138 Lasmorphosis. The League, hold on, check the spelling. Okay, good. Known enjoyers of a particular off-continent small caricature green person beginning with the letter F invited a 3-foot little guy named Zip into the group. This is likely to compensate for what they are not in Sanctus. Oh, you're just a replacement for Fug. That's not what I said out loud. Spoon Stealers be warned, a highly goal-driven wizard has limb to gain and celebrations to have. Well, you only need to do it once, so... I mean, you could do it more than once, actually, because Lolth is like, hey, murder and then have fun. You can face-suck the emotions from Laszlo, but you can't escape the mole, followed by Tobey Maguire doing his famous... Spider-Man 3 strut where he finger guns people and all the women are repulsed. Alec is a step-by-step guide to building a new Laszlo. You find those in Lego sets. A woman refusing what appears to be a salad, saying, no, I'm fasting, as you guys joked about, or maybe that was me joking about putting a sweet roll next to the door.
It was everyone.
Next is, alright, I guess this is the night bitches die. I love Family Guy. Stewie, you know,
we all
I think
love
that
Family Guy.
if Henry's character is going to be doing a British voice, he should also look like Stewie Griffin. This one is a very interesting dancing individual in a nightclub. He looks like he's not supposed to be there.
He looks
definitely
like he definitely
Laszlo,
murders
like-
people.
That was the only gift that I thought of. Like, yes,
Dude, the
this
fucking
needs
last
to-
gif is the
this-
best. Like,
A man in a Halloween costume, or maybe that's his real arms, who knows, also dancing in a spider costume. Also a new friend. I'm pretty sure this is from Clash of Clans.
I mean,
are you a
well,
Clash
it
of
could be,
Clans
it could be
enjoyer?
whatever you want.
I've seen enough ads to see what their goblins look like, and it just looks like one of their goblins with...
I typed in goblin into the GIF
Alright,
generator,
hold on,
and
let's
the
test
first
it.
thing.
How many goblins before I see the goblin?
Dude, you could be using Henry's method of
It's the
just
second
typing the
one.
word in. Like,
It was
the
the
second
first
one.
one that was dancing. I'm like,
Hell
yes,
yeah.
we were having a
it's
party.
a fucking tried and tested method. It's great. Because you get some real fucking funny ones.
It's a narrative. Like I said, it's an arc, and then it's like he murders the guy, and then Laszlo starts partying, and then he starts partying as a spider, and
He
then
did. He did.
And Henry's is also GIF. Zip and Kalos walk in with food. Patrick yelling special delivery, and then what is this? Wild Mountain Time.
So like a fucking Brokeback Mountain.
I'm assuming it's like a
might be like a series.
very serious show that we're using for our very serious campaign.
So serious.
Feelings are useless. And then Zip and Callus during downtime do just become best friends. One of you is gonna put your nutsack on the other one's drum kit.
Yeah.
We're past that part.
You put your nutsack
we
on my
did that.
cat. Like, what the fuck?
I'm gonna put a bunch of bars of soap in a pillowcase and
Oh my
beat you over
God.
the head with it.
You're gonna beat the cat up.
Who has improvised weapons?
And then finally, impromptu party in the alleyway. Is this some fucking High School Musical shit?
Henry loves High School Musical.
It seems to be Korean, actually, so I don't know.
Is it? I don't see a single...
Look, here's the thing, Adam. I wouldn't put it
One of
past
those
Disney.
people.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. No,
I wouldn't put it
It-
past Disney making, like, other country, like, adaptations of High School Musical.
But it has no person of that country in it at all. Like,
I mean...
That is-
Have you seen how Japan depicts black people? It's fucking
I have
crazy.
not. I
Okay.
have not.
It's a fucking...
Kind of racist.
It's very close to them saying mammy, alright? Just gonna say that.
Very close to saying hard R.
Oh wow.
And sometimes they barely can speak. Anyways, so let's go ahead and give off a different kind of recap. So, back in Solholm, we were having a bit of a downtime, if you can call it that. Now, the main activity was a minimum 7-day and 7 days of starvation that Laszlo had to go through. He decided that he was going to use the best room in the city, which was the one that has the chariot bed, or whatever, with the hot rod flames and the horses painted on the side.
No better place for it. The best place.
There's also blood on the carpet, but we'll get to that later. I don't
Where
think
did
you...
that blood come from again?
That was...
Oh, that's
that was
Andrew's
Nautilus.
character. Yeah.
That was, he was cutting himself on the box to see if it would, like, have a blood seal. It didn't. It was just a regular latch.
He did that so quick as well. Like we couldn't stop him. Like.
So he did the process, all the while the boys supporting him by occasionally peeking into the window. Sure, one of you probably, like, mooned him at one time, but who cares? The process, you still have some points of exhaustion, so just be aware if you want to start getting into a tussle. You do have the points of exhaustion. I believe your at count total is 4. Which means you have half movement speed, half health, and have disadvantage on basically everything, including breathing. But you're not dead. But you are currently in quite a predicament, because at the end of the 7 days, you also sacrificed an individual, and then partied in the same alleyway that you murdered him in. Now, while Lolth is very much a fan of murder, usually the higher degree of the murder, the better, and if it's publicly known, it's even better. So killing him in the alleyway, while murder is still murder, the context is also appropriate. So, some murders are better than others. As an example, if you take someone who just got married, and before they even get off the altar, and right after they say, I do, and exchange rings, if you murder them there, in front of their entire family, and extended family, and their newlywed family on the other side, that will cause a lot more controversy than just killing some spoon thief in the alleyway. Not
That
saying...
might have been the most famous spoon thief to rule the land, okay?
Well, he got actively disintegrated. I could have saved on that, and it would have been actually... Well, he got killed by magic missile, and then disintegrated, so never mind that. Can't dodge magic missile unless you have some magical MacGuffin.
What if he was
or,
the
the
mystical
shield spell.
hand boner from Talamahu?
He just deflects every single one like a fucking isekai protagonist, sure. But he got magic missile to death, then the body was disintegrated, the spoons were retrieved, but not returned to their owner. Now Laszlo is several cutlery pieces richer. The rations that the guy stole were disintegrated, because I guess the organic material is a bit more disintegratable. In any case, you partied in the alleyway. You draw the ire of guards and the camaraderie of a few drunkards in the local area, the drunkards were vacated to a nearby tavern that was only like 2 streets down, and then you guys finished up your party, at which point you were making your way towards the tavern, but then Laszlo's transformation kind of hit the turbo mode, and he collapsed onto the floor unconscious. Before anyone could really turn around and say, what the fuck is going on to his ass, you opened up an extra-dimensional portal to a safe zone, private sanctum, excuse me, and dragged everyone in where you could witness the transformation in really, really real time. Every bone-cracking sound and rearrangement of organs, most of which are still located in the upper half in the torso part, but now you have a spider abdomen and several more legs. Your size class now is large, so many doorways you will find very, very intrusive. Now, there is also one thing that I had to mention that I did not have when I was giving you your passes, because I just realized how incredibly overpowered it could be. Since you have infinite casts of Lolth's Chosen, if you use one of the infinite casts without expending a spell slot, your health value does not change. So you don't get the health bubble infinitely. So just take that in mind.
I have my health changing into the...
Basically, if you're just
form.
using it...
If you use it
okay.
infinitely, without expending any spell slots, you just change form, but your health value doesn't actually...
Okay, but if I use the actual
if you use an actual spell slot, because otherwise then you just have infinite health.
Yes, yeah. Okay.
So I just need to make that clear.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
if you do come into a doorway that's giving your abdomen trouble...
Oh, so if I lose... So if I actively cast the big form, then lose all my health, I still have my health like a wild shape.
Yeah, like a polymorph or a wild shape.
Okay, yeah. So I
but
didn't
if you use it without expending a spell slot, then you're just changing your form. You still have all the other passes, but I can't let your health value change to reflect it, because other than that, you just have, I'm just gonna go from swarm to back to regular form, and then back to big form, and then it's like an 80 health bubble right there.
Gotcha.
So you would be effectively, unless I do another bullshit thing with anti-magic shields, not saying that I'm not gonna not do that, but you know. Yeah. I like anti-magic in a D&D game. It's fun.
Most of the party is magical.
Nonsense! One of you punches things.
Casting fist is good.
But yeah, if you come into a doorway that's giving you trouble in your large form, you can just turn into a swarm of spiders, pass through it, and then change back with basically no cost to you besides people screaming.
With a big man apparating.
We're not, familiar with a literal swarm of spiders. Andrew is going to be AFK forever. Today. Yeah. Alex sneezes every time.
Yeah, it's like a Pavlovian response when Andrew's mentioned. Andrew.
Andrew's really just.
This is actually kind of a damper because his character is very integral to this next chapter. So
we'll just do it without him.
We could try.
I'll put the clothes on. I'll transform into a shorter version of him.
Well,
what up, guys? It's
Henry,
me.
Carlos did make a shirt of disguise. So if
which
one of you,
which he gave
oh,
to
and
Andrew.
someone speaks Draconic. There is. Whoa, you could be the princess, and you could get,
But guys, he gave the shirt of disguise to Andrew.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Are you sure?
Right,
yeah, because the DM
it's
said
like
that I
Baldur's
made
Gate,
it.
His brain isn't working. We could take it off.
I think all you did is you took it from Zip. So.
You had it from Zip because he was playing with it through 7 days. I don't know what Zip was turning into. Maybe he was seducing people and then turning back into a goblin saying, haha, now you're gay.
You like goblins, you like goblins.
You got gobbled.
And then the one guy who's just like, that's my fetish.
I'm into that.
Everyone was okay with it from the beginning. It's like, oh. Well, ha.
This is the most inclusive town in the world. You're... Not any different, fellow. So, does anyone here have any objections to doing, I don't know even to call this. It's not Weekend at Bernie's.
It's
Face
Varys.
off.
It's Daedalus at
It's-
Varys.
Yeah, I took his face.
The,
We
prince-
had
the
Daedalus.
princess and the pauper.
There you go.
You're a pauper.
Oh,
Right now.
What the hell's a
Varys,
popper?
you wanted to be a princess
A
forever.
peasant.
I
Now you're
don't
not.
recall
It's
ever.
gonna be real difficult though when Daedalus is for realsies here, and then people start speaking to him in Draconic.
Guys, what if we
And
just
then he's
resolve
like,
the whole thing
"Huh?"
today?
Guys, let's just exactly.
Or we could, when he comes back, and be like, "That's the imposter right there."
Kill him! Kill him!
In real life.
Put him in jail.
Let's just figure this out today, and we'll be level up today, and then we'll be good. And then we
Oh,
can
look at
keep
this
it.
gold! I like this gold right here.
Exactly. Let's
But
do it. Let's
first,
get
you
in
guys
there.
need to actually resolve the first elephant in the room, which is you're gonna exit the sanctum, and there's gonna be Laz Spider.
Hey, Adam, can I just go to zoom in because I'm watching it through Twitch on Laszlo's new model? You look very creepy.
Let's put on the... Oh, putting the torch on doesn't really help. Just makes you glow slightly.
Hold on, I'll do this. Look
Hold
at this, Henry. Look, this
Camera's
looks
not,
sick.
the camera's not focusing. Someone with arachnophobia. Hold on, should I put arachnophobia text?
Oh my god.
Isn't yeah.
Maybe.
What's it
Yeah.
look like when you get knocked down? Yeah.
My ass!
Yep,
My
that makes
ass!
Fully modeled spider cloaca. No.
It's probably, yeah, it was fun to make, by the way. I really enjoyed
Do
making
spiders have cloacas?
No.
I think it's lizards.
Google
Alright.
it.
So, no.
Don't use incognito.
it. Don't be a pussy.
I'm gonna stare my ISP right in the face.
Look while I look up. They've probably
Look,
seen
FBI
worse.
agent, look, you piece of shit.
This
His
what
FBI
happens
agent's
when
seen
you
some
look at
shit. And he ain't...
And you're just going through the rest of your internet history. He's like, yeah, it could be worse.
Checks out.
He's like, at least you're not Nick. Now.
Secret meme drive or whatever it's called.
Alright, so we're in the private sanctum. Laszlo is a giant spider.
I'm Laszlo.
Oh man, you look scary there.
Well, you still have the top half, right? So
Yeah,
we
it's
know who
me.
that is.
It's me.
Yeah, let's get a big blanket. Hear me
I
out.
like covered him up. It's
I'm
unique.
hearing you out. What? Big blanket. Is that a
That we
thing?
The big blanket, and I
Cover up
just
the
drape it over
legs.
zip, and like we resume the conversation.
Well,
Yeah, you didn't specify on who the blanket would go on. Like,
Okay. Well, we knew this was coming eventually.
yeah, it's me.
No, I know it's you.
we all
I
love
sort of
you.
like crean. I sort of like crean down a little bit and look towards as Varys said. It's me. Yeah.
There's a fucking thing of how to talk to short people, the do's and don'ts.
Oh shit! Oh, sorry. Yeah. I just yeah. I'm feel a bit tired, understandably, a little bit hungry. So
You kind of spent a week.
yeah, I might get a little bit of food in the morning. Maybe that'd be nice.
I don't know if you spent a couple days recouping after that.
Oh, I've got a potion of vitality knocking around here somewhere. So
You could just sleep instead.
I'm pretty tired. Yeah, I was
Well, you can transform into a swarm of spiders, right?
yeah. I think so.
Zip from under the blanket will say that doesn't sound much better.
Yeah, but you can
For like
hide.
for movement purposes, I should probably like go on to one of you as a swarm of spiders,
Not it.
and I look to the group like
Dauntless isn't here.
you can't
The
pawn it off on
scarred
Dauntless.
The scarred.
Spider
Dragonborn
infested.
princess.
Yeah, that might not look
With the-
too good. Maybe I
He
could
was-
hide in Zen's beard or something.
He was
or...
so
Yeah, I
disappointed
don't
when you
think
said
the
he
bees
couldn't
will like
keep
that.
the.
Remember
But I
they
hide
had
on
that
Krios?
war with the spiders recently.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that you can hide on him. He doesn't
Okay.
have any weird feelings.
Do you not have any weird feelings? I sort of like looked to Chris. Like, hello, it's me. It's still a bit bigger.
I'm
like
just
that.
assuming the amount of spiders would just envelop Zip, so he's good.
He can have cool hairstyles. Like I could give him a mohawk of
A
spiders.
mustache.
Yeah, I could give him facial hairs. Could be a whole thing.
He pats one of your legs and it's just like gives
Yeah.
you a thumbs up.
Yeah, all right. But yeah, I should probably be fine if we want to travel tomorrow. I don't know what was with me earlier. I was a little bit Debbie Downer with things. Probably because I was very tired. But yeah, I speak a little bit better now. Now that
Depresso.
I'm all this, and I sort of shoot you a look. Yeah, all right. I'll hop on the cat. And I sort of shrink down into maybe 5 spiders. I don't know how many spiders we're talking here. Like,
A lot.
could I get a morph of just like a tiny spider? Because that's what the size is, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a swarm of spiders. We only have
Just
a
do, like,
swarm
one.
of rats.
Just do like one spider and do it tiny.
Swarm of rats.
Can you change your size with a morph on tail spider?
Oh, spiders!
You can.
Just put me as a spider and then do it as like tiny.
Oh, wait.
I'd rather be that than a swarm of.
Is the snail in here with us?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna start looking around.
God damn it!
Wait, can it? Wait, no, we're in the sanctum, right? Can it enter the sanctum without
my
permission?
I think I have to grant it. I'll give it permission just so
It
nothing
does what it
weird
wants.
happens.
Just phases through like SpongeBob through the through the metal door.
I just mentally just give it permission to walk in.
I know what you talked about there. A little
Yeah. It's like fucking breaking through the reality.
Oops,
Okay.
not enable flying. Hold on.
bit.
Flying spiders.
I thought that was a bunch of drumsticks.
I am a chicken. Dude, I'm what Greg made of his pet chickens. All right. Well, I will. I can still speak in the network. So I say I'll just hop on and I sort of see little mini spiders sort of navigate up.
This sanctum is here for a little bit. I mean, for 24 hours. We can sleep in here and then. Because I don't think you're gonna be able to fit in my room. You might as well just sleep here, and I'll make it go poof away.
I don't think you can go back to your room anymore anyway.
Do I hate that place with a seething passion? Probably not. I'm quite apathetic to it, but
Your emotions are dampened. Not
Yeah.
necessarily gone, but any huge spikes, such as happiness, anything that would draw your ire, anger, or even small pleasantries are dull.
I'm fairly indifferent to that.
We
so
can
wherever
break.
As
We can
a,
break all the fishing rods that we want.
you could buy and break them, yeah. I will loan out the cool fishing hook and rod I have if we do need to get any fish at some point. You're much better with fishing than I, so that'll be good. Yeah, I mean wherever. If you want to go here, go here. I'll
Yeah, let's sleep here, and then we'll leave tomorrow. I'll make this thing go away,
sure.
and then we'll teleport.
I was gonna say I appreciate you guys, but I can't appreciate things anymore. I can appreciate things. I appreciate your understanding with all this, and it's for the greater good of the cause and all that. That's
Well,
the
we're
goals.
boys.
Yeah, for the boys. That's yeah. Thank you.
Appreciation comes not in the form of, say, love for one another, but more in this practical applications of being with these people.
Yes, yeah. That's what I meant, love. Yeah.
Let's go night, and then we'll head out tomorrow.
I can go night as a spider, right?
You can.
It's just free. I'll do that.
There are maybe some hiccups where you accidentally, change back in the middle of your sleep.
like sleep kicks. Like.
Yeah, I remember, I think I punched Greg in the face while I was asleep.
Hell yeah,
Yeah, I
Greg.
get punched a lot in my sleep.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Either that or I
No,
shoved your face in the wall.
Yeah,
Both.
no, it was both.
Both. Yeah.
And you stab him because he called you Ching Chong.
No, that wasn't the name. He
No.
called me
Yoshi.
Toshi.
Toshi.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, this
now
was
we're
Greg. You were the
friends.
person that got stabbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get stabbed a lot too.
Oh my god.
2.
Yeah.
Adam.
What?
One time. Was
That's
the
how
only
you
time I had it
squelch a
coming.
nickname that you don't like with
It
horrible
is, yeah.
violence.
I
And now
Yeah,
we're
but-
good
And
friends.
then you
Look-
make friends. Yeah.
Yeah, but look at them now. They're like
look at him
besties.
now.
Not gay.
You didn't have to say that.
Guys, it's only homo if you don't say no homo.
I swear it's not homosexual at all. All right. Well, yeah, I'll sleep. I'm sleeping.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking it, and now that you mentioned it, now I specifically
now I don't think it at all.
Now
Like-
all I'm thinking is maybe that
Definitely-
was pretty homo. I don't know. Maybe
It's
he's
kind of
just
homo
trying to-
gay. Yeah. Super gay.
That
I
would
should
make
put the homo
Australia-
tag in there too.
Yeah.
Anyways.
LGBTQ
Is
tag.
anyone...
Fighters
no,
and
no,
lovers,
I'm not
yeah.
adding that in there. That's going to attract the wrong crowd.
Adam wants
Yeah.
that crowd here.
Have you seen what Germa's chat looks like? It's awful.
It's
awful.
have.
Because he doesn't say anything about it.
Just festers and grows.
The German's
Um,
crazy.
So,
Yeah,
is
that's-
everyone good with taking a long rest in the Sanctum?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No objections.
Now, the Sanctum itself doesn't have furnishings, I don't think.
I just on the floor. I'm a little spider. Can I make a little spider hammock?
I mean, we've got our stuff. We got our bedrolls.
Where would
we
you
got-
want to put it? Like, between someone's legs? They just
well,
act as...
unless they crush me, like I turn
Well,
into a
you
big
have
me.
plenty of health, it's fine. Unless someone's got, like, Greek thunder thighs or something.
Much like real spiders, I'll go in the corner. Is there a corner to this room?
No, from
Is it an endless expanse?
it's not an endless expanse, but it doesn't have like a definite corner.
Ah, it's a dome.
I'll just go on the floor. It's fine.
It's a biodome.
It's a dimmadome.
Doug,
No.
Doug's wearing the hat.
Have you guys looked up recently?
Look at Kalos. His hat keeps growing.
What the hell?
The hat he didn't have on before.
A dog dimmadome.
I'm just saying, you could do that accent too.
Doug Dimmadome expansion. You could do that. Yeah. All right.
Of the section.
Alright, so we're all good with taking a long rest in here?
Yes.
Now, just take in mind, the long rest will only clear 1 point of exhaustion at a time. So,
So I now have less.
you should be, by the time you finish it, you'll be at 3. You still have your elf blood tranquility, whatever the fuck it's called.
Yep.
Trance, that thing. So if everyone is okay with that, we're gonna go ahead and mark off a long rest. I don't think any of you are missing anything in terms of like spell slots, except for
My
the
legs!
guy-
Where are my legs? Wake up, like, what? I took my legs!
I'm just saying you
That's what
might
we hear
have.
when we
What's
sleep.
like the opposite of phantom limb? Because now you have more limbs than you should, and you'll technically your old legs aren't gone; they're just formed into different legs.
Sure.
He just
Oh.
thinks about it every now and again, has existential crisis.
Yeah, like, what? I got my legs.
I miss having toenails.
Now I've got spines.
Well, your entire lower body feels like one big toenail. Oh, ew. I don't like that.
Adam,
Ooh, I don't like that one. Anyway, let's move on.
you said it.
I know, but I did to myself. It's like when I
Um,
open up packaging and there's styrofoam, I actually get really squeezed out by the sound of
Oh.
styrofoam rubbing against each other. Now you're all thinking
Is it-
about it.
Yes.
It's like when Germa talked about the tape. He doesn't like peeling tape or whatever. Like,
Oh, well, that one kind of does. I can kind of see why, but I
yeah.
don't personally.
By the way, when I wake up, I'll put my my lab coat on.
Sure, that'll cover it.
No,
Does that even fit? It's the upper body.
Yeah,
Is
it
that
still
the scale?
fits.
it's me.
The
I
lower
did-
half kind of just drapes over maybe like 2 feet worth of the back
Yeah.
part behind him. So
And I'll put my lapel. Like, looking good. I hope.
all right,
Yeah,
so
zip
let's.
approved.
So you're that.
That's
Um,
quite sudden, isn't it?
Put
Like,
the
Yeah.
lab coat on. From the waist up, he looks like a distinguished scientist. From the bottom half, it's eldritch horror. So
it was science, I swear. And I'll get my mirror presentable for business reasons. Okay, fellas, good morning to you all. Just last checks. Are we all good to travel today?
You good to travel? You're still moving kind of slow.
Well, I can just move to a different location.
They're exhausted.
I mean, you're the one. Again, you're the one who spent a week. You sure you don't want to take another day? And
you can
For
eat, by the
sure.
way.
I could eat right now. I'd like to look.
Humans.
I didn't specify what, but I could eat first. Probably that would be beneficial. Yeah. I'm good to travel.
All right, so either you guys exit voluntarily or the sanctum will expire due to its time restraints. Either way, you will be back out onto the streets of Solholm. Just outside of the alleyway, you guys barely made it like 10 feet before Laszlo collapsed. and then you put up the sanctum. So therein lies, 1, the ash pile that was once a man, mostly blown away by casual breezes, and is now harboring what appears to be at least 3 cockroaches.
Ooh.
In any
Food?
case, it could, but you can still just eat normal food. You don't turn into a fucking cave,
Alright.
cave dweller.
He starts doing that, and Lolth is just watching him like,
you don't need to do that. You can eat
that's
food.
never happened to the other ones. I didn't. That's not part of the.
That's very quick animalistic behavior.
Some weird stereotypes.
She's like, "What the fuck, bro?"
Dude, you just go order some food. I'll
Wolf's
turn
eating
in.
bacon, egg, and cheese.
I'll turn into a swarm, and then I'll go on the cat,
Mhm.
go on Krios, just to not arouse suspicion of giant spider meat yet, at least.
Oh, just be careful. Gears and everything are.
I'll just go on their
turning
head.
inside of them.
I'll go on their head. I'll go on their head on their hat that we have for them.
Bring
like
a
a
spiders
by the
on
way,
Krios' head.
Greg, just for a picture of what Krios looks like, what he's dressed up as, just imagine him if he was Zorro, but with colors.
Colors?
Colors.
Yeah, he's got a colored outfit.
Oh, I thought you meant like, because the Zorro movies were in color, so I'm like, it sounds
No,
like
As opposed to black and white Zorro.
He's a mechanical
Not just-
anthropomorphic cat, is what
that stands
Yeah.
upright like a man.
anthropomorphic. That's what I said.
And let's
Whatever andromorphic
and
is.
now
I don't
he's
know.
and now he's filled with spiders. We do body horror here.
No. Let's
What?
clarify. You do body horror here.
We by proxy.
I'm making it look like a cool adornment. Okay.
I'm just saying, all of you, if these are war crimes, are accomplices. So, if
Listen, we're
anything,
like the Nazis and the Nuremberg
I
files.
didn't say that.
We
I was
follow
just
order.
following or that. That is actually they did not let that excuse ride. So, that's a load of hooey. So you're still guilty.
Hooey patooey, I say. All right. Well, whenever we are ready, let us roam. Where do you want me to go? I say on the network.
To the lab.
All right. Well, find me somewhere where I can be me.
Back to the lab again.
And then I will
Uh,
field or somewhere.
It's August, right? Are people on summer break in the?
There's no such thing as summer break.
Okay.
You learn until you fucking finish.
Dude, we are in a circle of hell.
Also, I gotta change. I gotta change the date in game 1 second.
It is getting close.
We can go to. God. I guess we can
25th
go.
of August, by the way.
I mean, I can just cast it pretty quickly in 6 seconds. I just need to be somewhere lickety split.
Isn't
and then
ritual teleportation?
if it's a circle, it's if it's a circle, it's 10 minutes. But I can just do a higher level. But if you want me to do a circle, I'll do the circle.
Yeah, just in case if we do something.
All right.
Might as
Oh,
well.
no mishaps. I mean,
All right. Well, it wouldn't be mishaps.
well,
could
that's
be
why you're doing the
mishaps.
circle for. But, wait, are you
let's-
overcapped?
I'm not overcapped. No.
Damn it.
I am.
Oh yeah. Oh. Zip.
Yeah?
You a fan of poison? You don't like it being on you?
What?
Yeah.
I got a little ring you could have. There's a little initiation. Thank you. It's a ring of poison resistance. I don't need it anymore, as you can tell.
Right.
I don't. When I turn back into big layers, I sort of reach out of my pocket and I sort of put it on my hand. There you go. You just gotta tune yourself to that, and then you're.
Does it shrink
I know
shrink
monks
down to
are
my size
resistant.
as he's holding
It's a
it?
belt, like.
You could wear it as a toe ring if
Sash?
you want. Sash is a little too big.
The toe ring.
Because his
Don't
upper
wear it
half,
as a toe ring.
Because the upper half of his body is still the exact same size. So it was. He was a tall guy, but not like strongman or something. Like
I
Eddie
take
Hall.
off my boot and put it on my toe.
nice.
All right. Well, there you go. They'll never find that. But yeah, there you go. That's one little piece of something I don't need.
So, what is your destination for casting your circle? Now, you can technically do it anywhere you want, but if you want to keep the public's attention on you for a solid 10 minutes while the giant spider does the river dance, which honestly is a good circus performance, but...
It would be good, yeah.
I would do it outside of the gates.
Sure.
On a little wooded area?
Yeah, wooded area. Nice clearing. I'll do it there.
Actually, I am overcapped, Adam. I'm sorry.
You better be, because now we get to roll the funny dice.
I have the laurels of the Dark Lady on as well. So yeah.
Funny dice.
Yeah, it's a D100.
D100.
I
rolling.
Funny dice.
did you explain overcapping to Greg?
I think I did briefly.
So Greg, we can overcap on magic items, right? But there's always a chance. So naturally, it's what, 3 for you guys?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can go over that, but as soon as you go over, there's a chance that something cool or not cool might happen to you.
Increases in 10% per item.
Yeah. So the first one is 10.
So if you had a total of 13 attuned magical items, every time you did anything magical with them or cast a spell, you'd have a 100% chance on rolling on my wild magic table that has 300 different things on it.
Okay, we did something like that, but it's because they found moss that if they sniffed, they would it would do something.
He did. We found moss too in session 1.
We found what's left of him, and then later, much later on, there's a big golem, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was Abdu's old character named Moss. So you just triggered, like, all of our collective...
Yeah, sorry.
I don't know what you would call it.
We sniffed him.
Oh.
I got a 58. So
where's Moss? Oh, he's over there. And over there. And over there.
And over there. Yeah, 58.
Alright, so wherever you cast this, you would obviously, do a double take, check around, maybe wait for one of the guards patrols to be walking away from you if they're too close to the wall. Or if you go to the north gate or something, actually, well, technically, there would be like no one patrolling there anymore, so north gate would actually be the safest one in terms of no guard activity.
Okay.
Like Master Rayford is not on patrol anymore. He's actually on paid leave.
Why? Oh
he's
my!
Dead.
No, he's
don't say that.
He's
a cool. Yeah, exactly. Unless you're not dead, I guess.
Well, yeah, Rayford is currently on, because he can't handle it by himself. It would be suicide for him to try to patrol all of the Jarl's hunting grounds in his current state. So he's on paid leave until that thing is either taken care of or a larger force is mustered to work under him to guard that particular area. That being said, if Jason wants to go there, he's free to go willy-nilly just because he's very good at hiding. Either case, please select your destination.
Crystal Spark family circle in Annapolis.
Do you guys remember what were the fucking
Look at Zed. Yeah.
Well, no, this isn't in game.
Oh, okay.
The colors for Dauntless's family, the robes we got. Trying to make a summer event Zen.
Nice. Bikini outfit?
No. It's
black and red, and the amount of red depends on a lot of things. It's either like the base color is red with black highlights, or if it's black base with red highlights, the more red the better. But typically speaking, the redder it is, the higher you are in the hierarchy, so
as we are literally the hirelings of the princess nobody wants, we're probably mostly black and suffering in the desert.
Correct. You would be absolutely
let them cook
in their own skin. But for the most part, the material still does something to
So mostly black.
Mostly black, and it dissipates the heat to a smaller extent. Everyone around you is just wearing like either light beige or just white silky robes.
But at least they know who we are.
Yeah, and then you're
look
just
at these
sweating
idiots suffering. Oh, so hot.
So, Crystal Spark family, you are going to be traveling 5 hours ahead in terms of time. So if you left around, say, 7 o'clock a.m., in terms of Rutash time, you're 5 hours ahead, so you're arriving around noon in the Crystal Spark family magical circle teleportation room trademark. So, all of you, which includes... don't worry about Dallas, he'll show up if he wants to. Next time. Not today, though. Teleport into the room. Now, the first thing that you notice is the door that is meant for medium-sized creatures. But
you guys go through first. I'll small and
I'll have Krios walk with you so you can transform into the swarm if you want.
the swarm.
If I like lean through a little bit, is there like does the corridor look like I could travel through it?
It would be very tight.
Are there like things on the walls that I'd probably nudge
Shelves,
as well? Yeah,
benches,
I'll be small. I'll be small.
A portrait of the boss man.
I don't want to knock that over. I'll be small. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. I'll be a little small spider. I mean, how fast can a little swarm of spiders travel?
I don't think they're
have a
very
look.
fast.
Faster than you would like, slower than what you could imagine. Especially if they're crawling all at you at once.
20 feet
That's
move.
actually really good.
That's
pretty good, yeah.
only 5 feet slower than a dwarf.
Well, I'll just
Base
do that. But I'll go on Krios.
Easily enough, he crawls into every crevice. And you are now... Now, the amount of spiders, not all of them could reasonably fit in the hat. You're going to have some of them, maybe like make an Abe Lincoln beard.
Yes, I'll do that. I'll definitely do that.
Some of them will be up his sleeves. Some of them will be in his little cat ears.
In either case, you guys are now in the Crystal Spark family main headquarters. For a description, the temperature has increased to be about almost 40 to 50 degrees hotter. So if Solholm was about, say, 30 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit, it's about somewhere around 70 to 80 degrees in here.
Like, where's the bathroom in this place? I never had to change it here.
There is a designated one next to the lab, and then others in the same hallway that you're currently in. They are unisex bathrooms that just have one person allowed in at a time.
Well,
there's not many people in the office.
Zip, I hope you have some warm clothing. I mean, cool clothing. Warm weather clothing. As I go in and switch into my robes as...
Take him shopping. We got a couple...
We can go, yeah, we have a couple of monies.
We got A, some money, and B, I think we need to get the brain juices flowing, because we don't have a plan. We just have a string of ideas, and
well,
we also have to.
This is also the one time that I will fully allow you guys to acknowledge that a player is missing, because it's kind of a big deal. If you need to, acknowledge the fact that Dauntless is not here.
Okay, cool. We're breaking the third wall. Fourth wall.
Well, where did Dauntless go?
One of the normal.
We're destroying the set.
All right, I don't think now you're thinking too much.
Knock on the camera.
There, acknowledge.
So Dauntless just went to the bathhouse to prepare.
All right, since he's over there, it's gonna take forever. Varys, you should disguise as Dauntless, find out where it is.
Well, not in here, because you don't want to be seen.
I had an alternative.
All right.
Well, we have a couple options. Let's do business, and then we can think of a plan that we're comfortable with.
Okay. I just gotta go deliver this thing real quick.
Yeah, we'll do that.
And then we can do whatever, because I was told that I had
Let's
to.
go. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's get out of here.
Over to the lab. You're here to deliver his Uber Eats order. Or something. Huh?
Oh, no, he had the delivery for the...
We don't want to get the crossover of the century and get Fug to meet Zip.
Oh my god. Yes.
We also
Wouldn't that be kind of racist?
Are we going to give them, or at least show them that we guys, that weird device we have to save the stuff.
Sorry, where are we going?
We had a pretty flower shop delivery we had to make, right?
Oh yeah, that too.
Yes, that one. Yes, let's do that.
Then are we going to show
we can get Zip
your
some
bosses the preserver thingy?
Actually, that's something that I was going to ask you guys about. So let's walk and talk.
Well, I don't say give it to. Maybe they could look at it and
I
replicate
think
it.
we can hold
I
on
was
to
gonna-
it for now, and then when we've found the things we've needed for, then we can say, "Oh, look, we discovered. Are you guys interested in this?"
I was gonna use it as a bargaining chip, but that's why I wanted to talk to you guys about it. Like, so let's walk and talk, and then you guys can hear my idea.
Yep. Let's
All
everyone
right,
gets
so let's not go to the lab and have the crossover of the year. Let's just head out, drop this off, and get to the thing.
The thing. All right, so where is your destination?
Destination is gonna be 2 doors down from the blacksmith in Rhinopolis.
Oh, we're in the wrong city.
2 doors down from the blacksmith, and I'm gonna knock on the door.
Find him. I remember. You got remember his name? I say over the network. Contendio.
Yeah.
That is not a spell from Harry Potter, by the way.
Could be.
probably a few letters away from being.
Yeah,
fool
honestly,
me.
it's very, very close to like
Stupendio. That's the one of them, right?
Stupefy and
Probably.
or
Stupid idiot. That's my favorite one. You idiot! You fool! You stupid dum dum.
I mean,
Just yelling
retardando
at
is
him.
Italian that they use for music, so I'm just saying, don't laugh.
Is that like slow music?
It's only
No, it means
offensive.
slow
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
It's only
tempo.
offensive if you guys laugh.
I will say that everyone, when we were learning sheet music, when we saw that, everyone giggled, and the teacher had to be like, "Stop it." So,
It is funny though.
haha, funny word. All right. Anyway, so you go down to the blacksmith, but you don't immediately go in. You have a different task to do today. 2 doors down, you see a relatively unassuming building. Almost looks like a partial, like the upper half is a residential, and then like a shop front is on the ground floor. Kind of like a bodega or something. The individual has a couple of stalls on the exterior of the building with some fresh fruits laid out in such a way that if you were a little sneak thief, you could really just kind of take one and leave. But, you know, there's an honor system in some societies, and some people break them. But in either case, the individual who is sat out there on a little rocking chair has the brim of their hat pushed down to cover their eyes, currently rocking back and forth, with their arms folded neatly across their chest. They're humming a very jaunty tune to themselves at a very low volume. Eventually, the sounds of your footfalls hit his wooden deck, causing him to peer one eye out from underneath the brim of his hat, and then he gives you a little nod, but not so much a vocalization. He stops humming, though, in your presence, as it could be considered rude by some people to start humming at someone when they're trying to speak with you. Like when Gronk yawns at people when they're trying to explain something.
Active yawn.
He tips the upper half of his hat so you can see both of his eyes. The left-hand eye, his left, is currently covered in a very large cataract, and the other one has a dark chocolate brown eye staring directly at whomever is closest.
I'll just it's afternoon, right? It's 5 hours after.
It would be basically noonish sharp, give or take a few minutes.
Afternoon. Nintendo?
His eyebrows raise. You can see a little name tag on his shirt. It doesn't say Contendio on it. It says Rodin, Rodin. And then like you kind of see like, his eyebrows go up, and like he curls one corner of his mouth to be like, huh. He stands up. You can see his legs visibly creaking and like wobbling as he stands up from his rocking chair. This way, please.
Thank you.
You have quite a few friends, if you don't mind. If they could selectively wait out. It's a bit cramped inside.
It's just,
I navigate over to Callus, and I'm where can I go? Pick an arm.
Yeah, go in my arm, and I feel tingling. I'm just like, oh, like a little spazzy attack for a second. I'm like, all right, let's do this. That's not creepy at all. All right, guys, just give me a sec. I'll be right back.
Sure thing, dude.
Inside, you follow along until the individual, Rodin, as he calls himself on his name tag, or as you call him, Contendio, goes over to a nearby shelf, which apparently has a series of fine china and porcelain teacups.
You said China.
Well, you can still refer to it not by the... I mean, what's named after it, obviously.
China.
But he takes out one teacup for himself and one for any person who's followed in, not including the spiders. He places one onto a countertop nearby, and he pushes it towards you with no tea in it. You can't help but notice that there is a very beautiful inlay of a rose in there, and it is colored to be that of a very sterling white, almost like the tusk of an elephant. Ivory, you might say. Subtlety. Some tea?
Of course, I love some ivory tea.
There's no ivory in the tea. Toxic. He pours you, it just looks like a regular, like a black tea. No extra fixings on it. He has a couple of little sugar cubes on the side if you'd like. So, what do I owe with pleasure?
Yeah, the thing is, we have a special delivery from across the pond. Seems like a couple of friends of yours wanted me to deliver you something.
Is that so?
Yeah.
I haven't had friends like that in quite some time.
Seems that they passed along that you're trying to get into the business over here. So,
yes, I am. It's a very lucrative potential business. There are a couple of people to whom I need to get well acquainted with, and a friend of a friend is a friend of mine.
Of course.
Now
For my bag of holding, I turn it around and I take out the 3x3x3 box. I say, well, happy dealings.
Good. This will be my ticket in. He chuckles to himself. Not in a creepy way, but just like, if you, if you like, go back to an old place you haven't gone to and you see something that's very, like, nostalgic, he like, kind of chuckles to himself. This is my ticket in.
Glad to hear it. I hope in the future, if we ever need to
well,
work
if you
together.
folks ever need to drop by, I sell things. I also am going to be in the market for buying things. Especially if you can't sell them to, say, the local general store.
Okay.
Now just take in mind, we're not open for business just yet. There's like a 90% chance that I get in, and the last 10% chance is if I piss the wrong person off. But, if you want any fruits, I actually do sell those too.
Ooh, what type of fruit?
Currently in season are sand mangoes. Don't worry, there's no sand in the mangoes.
Is it because they grow in sand?
Yes. Everything around here grows in sand.
I'll take half a dozen.
On the house for today, gentlemen.
Oh, perfect.
Do you have any sand 10 jellos?
Sorry, we only have sand kumquats today.
Should come.
One of the spiders says that.
All right. Well, hopefully in the future we can do some business.
I look forward to it.
Always
And
good to have
just
friends in places.
and if you ever need anything ivory related in the future, please come by. And for face value, if you could call me Rodin.
Rodin.
But
You got it.
behind
I'll
closed
write that down.
doors. Anyways, if that'll be all, and if you would carefully share your newfound fruits with your friends, then by all means, enjoy.
Just because I always like to do this and make sure that my friends are happy, did you want to send anything back to your friends?
Unfortunately, my stocks are, well, nilch, zip, nada. So I unfortunately don't have anything to send back besides my thanks.
All right. I'll pass on the word then.
Thank you very much. Did you have a name, sir?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm a bit in a hurry, and I completely slipped
And
my
if you have
mind.
any nicknames you'd prefer to use, that's fine too.
No, you could just call me Kalos. Who's in here with me? Who came in?
Zip.
Zip. And then this little guy over here, his Zip.
A pleasure
Howdy.
to meet you, Zip. My name is Rodin. I am a fruit stall owner here. As you can probably imagine, though, I have other hobbies on the side. And if you need anything in the future that needs to be pawned off to a quick seller, and you can't afford to go too far underground, I'll be here. Especially if it's something rare, exotic, and ancient.
So he's basically a fence.
Look at the new guy.
That's very
Zip,
crass.
we don't say those type of words out loud.
Huh?
No, I just have the fence outside.
Huh.
All right.
He's not
Rodin,
taken back by
it was,
that. What's this-
great meeting
Cows
you.
What's this guy's
your
emotions?
friend needs to work on his.
Yeah, he's a new guy. He's not actually from a long way.
At your stead.
He's a junior member.
He's still getting the rope of things, Rodin. I'll get him up to date. Don't worry about it.
As you wish.
Rodin, it was a pleasure meeting you, and hopefully we'll do business in the future.
And
sorry,
if we do stumble
things
upon
fast.
any Angelos, we will stock those in the future.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're quite welcome. But just
And
be
I
aware,
noticed you didn't repeat the other word.
it messes with your equilibrium.
Well, that's the best part.
You may step out of Rodin's fruit stall. As you can imagine, there are many things behind his closed doors besides the fruits that he sells in the storefront, but he has not invited you to see them as of yet. Perhaps there's just an empty broom closet. But in the future, you can come here to act as a fence. Alternatively, he also, since this is associated with the Ivory Crown, they also buy heirlooms and ancient artifacts, like pottery that you might find in a mummy's tomb or something. That's not foreshadowing, that's just examples.
And as I tell Zip that information, let's not try to use those type of words out in public. Or, Ivory Crown are very good to us.
Kumquat.
So I know you're new. And civilization
squat
and
down.
all that. No. I treat you
knows
like
the
a regular
rules.
being.
I rubbed your head.
But I do give you a pat on the head.
The hell?
All right. If you have any questions, Zip, I'm always here.
All right.
As you pat him on the head, the spiders transfer over to Zip's.
He's
I'll
crawling over.
I'll just go onto his staff.
And as we walk out, I message Laszlo through the link. There isn't any way that you can get Zip into the network, is there? We have to go to Loth for that, I imagine.
Probably.
Oh, Zip.
Spiders start crawling into my mouth.
No, I'm not going in your mouth, dude. What the? Oh, he
The
can't
power.
know. He's not in the network. I'm not telling him I'm not going in his mouth.
Zip. No, he's not going.
They say you swallow a spider in your sleep every day.
How about a swarm?
But Zip, we'll get you attuned to a couple of things. If you need anything magical, by the way, you know that I can make anything. Most things, anyway. Fast. If you need anything, let me know. I'll keep an. I'll look through my catalog, see if I can get you anything as well.
Could there actually be a real catalog?
You see, Kalos take out like a big book,
IKEA.
like a textbook book. It's
pack
I have a
furniture.
couple of things.
Comes with 2 Allen wrenches.
Keep
that
in
are
mind.
terrible and don't work.
Yeah.
All right,
You want to
let's
hurt your hands.
head back to the peeps.
You
All
don't
right,
want to go to
gents.
Stitch and Barter to get little man here some outfit. Does he look visually like discomfort?
Well,
like
if he
there's a
kept
heat?
on all of those several furs that he has, he would be
Well,
a bundle of dead.
No, he took them off. He's like in a shirt and pants.
Oh, you're fine then. You're fine. No, he's fine.
Yeah, you guys just assumed he needed clothes. He came from the island.
It's like asking.
Oh right, yeah, he did come from a jungle.
What's the infrastructure? What's the state of the things post undead invasion? Is this place shaping up?
Would you like to do a visual tour of the city, or maybe perhaps ask a person with your voice box?
Let's use eyeballs first.
Okay.
Avoiding conversation, I see.
I'm antisocial.
Ew.
People.
Sure, go ahead and make a perception check. First roll of the day.
Whoa!
That doesn't include the wild magic checks, I guess.
19.
So, because you have been primarily, the locations that you travel to, of course, are from the Crystal Sparks, and then over to the Blacksmith, which means that you've been localized, relatively speaking, close to the High Gate, meaning the upper crust of the city, and then the Blacksmith, which is technically on the edge of the High Gate. So, the medium tier to high class individuals around the area. They have increased their defenses around the walls. Obviously, they've been repaired from any damage that the huge rock-chucking zombie was doing. But in either case, those walls have been obviously repaired by either magic or just hard labor, in addition to a series of reinforcements in the form of metal struts. They've also... this one will be kind of hard to see unless you get kind of close to it. Maybe on the aqueduct or otherwise, but with your keen elven eyes, Legolas, you can see that they have installed what apparently appear to be some sort of runes or sigils along the edges of the walls, maybe so that when zombies try to crawl up them, it could explode with radiant energy, it could just forcibly push them off, or just tell them to fuck off, who knows. You're not entirely sure what the runes would do. But there are magical runes that glow with a white-yellowish hue, kind of like a glow stick. The ramparts have been reinforced, as I said, with metal struts and more stone. Arrow slits have already been there in the first place, but now in terms of guard patrols, they are more well-equipped. As you can imagine, some of them are walking around with diamond quartz weaponry. They have not completely fitted the guard with all decked out diamond quartz. They don't look like Minecraft Steve. They'll have like maybe one weapon or a quiver of arrows that have been enhanced with dull diamond quartz, the one that aren't used for enchanting purposes. They can still deal exponentially larger amounts of damage than just like a flint arrowhead, obviously, but they don't explode with the hue and radiance of like those super arrows that maybe one of the guards inside of the Crystal Spark family might use. So either like one weapon, one shield, a quiver of ammunition, one guy has just like a helmet with diamond quartz imbued into it. Not the whole helmet, just like a couple of little crystals studded around it. Kind of makes him look like a punk rocker. But in either case, the guard has been equipped with a minimal amount of diamond quartz. Now, the reason why they haven't been completely decked out is because the local mines are running low, and they need to, obviously, you guys know that they need to venture out to other sources, and if they want to bring them back here, there's the logistics of bringing back all that diamond quartz before it becomes inert, etc., etc. But the city looks very well fortified to deal with not just undead invasion, but just anyone who wants to fuck with them. And considering how wealthy everyone around here is, they can afford to, as long as they have the materials, give their guardsmen some really nice digs. And you probably assume if you found that Loxodon chief of security, he'd probably have really big diamond quartz weapons too. But he's not currently in view at your current stead.
Alright, I know that there is like a park sort of thing around here.
It is in the upper area until, I mean, there are several, just the culture of the area, there are oases just spread out everywhere. Obviously, they have like the working class individuals, the medium class individuals, and the upper crust have their own oases to go to. Like that one time that Zen hid in a bush.
Yep. I took that bush, remember?
Yeah, he took the bush. The whole thing.
I forgot what happened to it.
It'll decay eventually. You just have a pile of dead leaves in your pocket or something.
Mulch.
But yeah, uprooting a whole bush and carrying it around with you will not sustain it, unless you're some sort of like magic person. But if you want to go to an oasis, they're available to you. You can choose between.
We wanted to go to the lower cast, like far away from the compounds and stuff. Like that was the. But yeah, park is.
That's actually a good idea.
So that one has not as many nice luxuries in terms of like fine carved statues of the local families. Like the one in the Upper Crust district literally has Dauntless's father posing in the middle of the fountain. So if you go down to the lower district, it's just a pond with a couple of benches around it. The water's not like stagnant and dirty also. It's just because they're, lower class doesn't mean they don't have access to fresh, clean water. That's the whole culture of this, is you don't deny anyone water no matter who they are. That's the whole, story that you guys had to deal with the tyrant of the water and etc., etc. And why the Morgemoth family even makes paper currency in the first place. But that's for old context. In either case, if you want to go down there, there may be a few people just idling around, having a chat. It is noon, so if there are parts of shade, which there are, like from palm trees or like installed umbrellas, people will be chilling underneath there at high noon. So,
all right, gents. Since Dottie isn't here, Varys, you're gonna have to do your thing. I have the shirt, so you can attune to it.
I don't know their family well enough that I think I could pull up.
No, Dottis doesn't.
Neither does he.
Yeah, neither does he.
I don't know.
He at least knows the people in there now. He probably forgot.
He a real one. He watches the VODs. He knows.
Real fan.
Yeah, like Zip said, neither does he. And if anything, you...
I've been watching it in the jungle with you guys on the TV.
If anything, you talking Draconic is going to work.
But they know he does not speak Draconic.
Until I run into someone who's smart enough to, look a little closer at the disguise and then like say, that's weird. This person didn't speak the language last time we spoke. They were, I don't know. I'm not saying no, but I'm just saying I just want this laid out. Like, we also don't know where the painting is or the mirror is.
In the vault.
And I'm not gonna lie, those disguise, like, without magic, like, a keen enough eye can see through them. So I'm worried about just waltzing up to the gate and then disguised as the highest, a member of the highest family in the land.
Where are we right now?
You would be in one of the lower district's oasis. Yeah. You have about like 5 other people who are locals here, either like sitting in the water, like just soaking their feet, and the person just sitting on a bench underneath some shade, reading a book, and the other ones are like literal children running around and making screaming noises, as children are wont to do. Anyway, where's the background noise? Oh wait, they're not there.
No,
damn it!
Sorry.
Well, get them back.
Well, I mean, it's either that or we wait until he comes back.
Is there anything else we need to do?
No.
We taste the joint another way.
Well, we get a map of the city, I say, in the network. Maybe like a...
I imagine we're having... it's a psychic conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I just send that to you, like, after you said stuff.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, and then I like, in the network, Zip is just standing there, and I'm looking at him, but I'm also not, like, speaking. I'm speaking in the thing is, like, druids can turn into pretty small creatures if we needed someone to slip inside.
I like the whole, like, I like waving my little swarm at once, like, duh, dude.
Can you... I know you can turn into little spiders, but can you, like, disperse? Like, do you have to, like, all your little spiders have to...
I literally have a little spider as well.
Oh, I did not... I don't think you told us that in character. So like I knew that, but I didn't know if we knew that. So
Chibi Loth is invisible by all standard perceptions. It can only be seen through ethereal vision or
True sight, I guess.
true sight, technically blind sight as well. Yeah, anything that's the regular senses, so you can't hear, smell, taste, touch, or, you know, 5 senses. Can't lick
that
it.
changes a lot, actually.
Well, Zip,
What's how far can you separate
What?
yourself from your little spider friend, Laz?
100 feet.
100 feet.
think.
That's
But actually, hold on. Is it 100 feet? Find familiar. I've never used this spell before, so let me read.
well, Zip, how small can you get?
Tiny. Tiny. See if we can get tiny, right?
Mhm.
I can't say that. You say that. Tell him to ask that. He's not in the.
Would
Yeah,
you
I
feel
can-
comfortable of doing an infiltration mission?
Depends. I don't know where to go.
Can you turn into a housefly if you needed to?
Are those beasts?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's that HP on that? But yeah, I could turn into a fly.
Minimum 1.
I like those odds.
Yeah, but they're like dragon people. They'll eat you. They'll flame you.
I mean, the idea is that he never gets.
I mean,
seen
that's
by
what I
them.
would do if I were a dragonborn and I saw a fly.
Well, what insects are known here in Soho then? Soho, I'm sorry. Cactus.
Desert
Mhm.
bugs.
Never been here.
Yeah, dung beetle. I mean, yeah.
Dung
What would I know
beetles,
as a
scarabs.
what would I know as a native? Yeah, like that sort of stuff.
Scarabs are a big one. Dung beetles sometimes. You do get ants, but they're rare. Flies are actually, relatively speaking, rare in most locations unless it's moist enough. So out in the middle of the desert, it's actually pretty rare to find just flies. So a dead carcass will not actually have many carrion bugs flying around them in the middle of a desert, because the sun will just bake the little fuckers.
Melt them. Yeah.
Funny. Probably don't do a fly. I'll shapeshift into a scarab.
Sure.
Okay, there you go.
How
Now,
big is a scarab?
I believe it is one of the smallest instances of size in D&D, which I think is minuscule. Which I believe goes medium, small, tiny, minuscule. Or maybe there's another adjective for it, but that's several size classes down.
here's the other thing. I could also use Charlotte, and she can scout for us.
I mean, I would say as many scouts as we can get in there.
I could also just project myself as a little spider, while not actually being there.
Minuscule squad, let's go.
Mine's technically invisible, not it's small, tiny. I'm sorry. Visible.
Like, here's the thing. My vote is as many undetectable little scouts as we can get in there without being seen. I don't know how we get them in there, but once they're in, like, again,
Well, see,
I'm not.
I was.
Even if we can't get into the vault or like, Daddy Morchemoth's quarters, at least we can like get a lay of the place and like figure out like how to get to those places if we.
You could always do like an aerial view of it, couldn't you, Carlos? And you get like a I mean, we should probably. I doubt there'll be a map of the place.
Well, that's the thing. I was actually just about to say.
Go real high up, look down, and then I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, let's start out with scouting the place.
I mean, is there any maps we could get of the city?
I mean, we're
legally or
probably
otherwise.
gonna have to go down in the underground to get those.
We can't go there anymore. Not allowed there. Remember?
Oh, it's a one pass use. It's
Mm-hmm.
not like we can't go in there
I
anymore.
mean, I'm sure maps of the city we could get of the general store. Are not gonna. It's maps of like specific
Maps
locations
of
in the
secret
city.
routes into.
Like so,
Wouldn't
if
we
we're just
need to
looking
go
for
to like the town's clerk or something?
Well, if we just go to like the general store, I'm sure there's a map of the city itself. It's just, I think if we want something more in depth and detailed than that, then that's going to be raise a few more eyebrows. So what kind of map are we actually do we want?
I want pictures of Spider-Man.
Yeah, right here.
Probably a map of the irrigation system. See if there's any points that it goes up to the Mordremoth.
Well, there's an aqueduct. I remember that. The aqueduct system. You need to get water. There's ponds up that way, I think. Little oases.
Something thinking of that.
Yeah. That could work.
Bad thing is that we don't have any contact to the underground, or else we see if that knowledge guy get us a map. But I mean, we should at least start somewhere. Start scouting the place.
I'll do it from outside first, annually, and then determine the routes of the interior. That might reveal some stuff. And obviously, it's not just a place we can go gallivanting around in. So,
Has there
not
been...
not unless we had Daedalus with us. And
not
then
so much. Just a general kind of like, not so much general knowledge, but like just looking up.
You doing it?
Does Anapolis have like avian and like bird life? Like, are there actual birds, or is it like, because there are birds in the city, right?
Yes, there are birds. Primarily because we're right next to the Sea of Embrace. They are things like gulls, seagulls, you might say.
Seagull. Seagull.
Alternatively, the local farmers do have chickens. That counts as a bird. And if you go far out enough into the desert, you can find some carrion birds. That could be vultures or condors.
We've got options. As a local, what's the nightlife of birds? Are there bats? Are there things like that?
Nightlife of birds. Let's go ahead and make a
nightlife
nature
creatures.
check.
Nightlife creatures. Okay, I'll make a nature check.
They drink until about 2 p.m. And then they go back,
I got a 17.
and then they smoke a hookah.
A hookah. One whole hookah, please. 17.
Bats are, relatively speaking, pretty rare around these parts. If you have a low abundance of insects that are
they don't
like
need to
flies,
come out, do they?
well, they won't have anything much to eat. The kinds of bats that you would find are most likely going to be fruit bats. They're pretty
quite big.
and can have a wingspan of close to a dog.
What about other things? That
Well, actually,
come out
where my question was going was, as we go back, if we walk back to the upper districts, A, the amount of birds flying around seem to decrease, and B, is there any air traffic whatsoever? Does it look like?
Is there like counter air traffic?
Does it look like
do they have like falcons or something to stop?
Like the birds, like they swing a wide berth when they reach like the
anti-air bird zone? Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Relatively speaking, no. There is no falconry division in terms of defense mechanisms that the city has installed. Probably not the best thing to have against zombies.
Take these birds out.
Especially if they have just like, a ballista that shoots diamond quartz.
Diamond quartz net could get them that way.
That seagull's looking mighty
diamond quartz
suspicious.
punt gun,
But generally speaking,
there's some options, right?
It's relatively... The birds want to stick closer to the water, and there is water everywhere, even if it's in the aqueducts, but they have that little barrier above it so they don't poop in the water.
We could go to the not Mordremoth leader for records. and see if there's been any like renovations done, and areas of that haven't been renovated in a long time, like older parts of the city that we could use as. I know that the aqueduct is really old. That's been there a long time, so that could be a route in. The sky could be a route. We could take it from a historical perspective and see if there's any ways in that way. Yeah, without Dauntless, it'd be pretty tough to get solid eyes on reliably. It's like, if I was my little form, which I am now, and then they're like, "Oh, watch out on your arm," and then I could turn into me, and then I'd be like, "Oh, I'm Garden Dauntless, princess, me again."
Mm-hmm.
That could be like if cover is blown for whatever reason. But yeah, that's an option. I'm easy with whatever, as long as we move this plan forward somehow. And information's a good starting point. Ooh. You could be a pigeon, rock dove, maybe.
DM question for you.
Pigeon.
For the I call it the shirt, the bracelet of the skies, or what the fuck ever, because it's it uses the sky itself uses the spell DC of me normally. How would that coincide with the actual magical item? Would that still be my DC?
Probably.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Who's honking outside?
Big duck. Boss-sized duck that you beat up last session.
Well,
I mean, that's a pretty good DC.
It would be the person who's using it. It says, yes, I'm basing it off of this says that thing. So yeah, it would be the person who casts it.
Would it be our innate spellcasting DC, or would it be based on some specific stat, like a DC based on
the person's spell save DC, so if you give it to a fighter who has no magical capabilities, it would probably end up looking like a fucking freak show. But if you have
I know Dauntless has a +5 on their charisma.
No.
Well, if it's Varus wearing it, would be Varus' spell save DC.
Yeah, exactly.
What's your spell save DC there, Varus?
16, I think.
Not
Let me
bad.
just double check. Yeah. 8 plus that. Yeah.
Not terrible.
It would just be like something that we would just have to do. See what we can come up with.
Again, my issue is that it's not only knowing the people, I didn't really give half a care listening when Dauntless went over the customs he had to follow, going in and out, so I
know there's the whole chin bow thing, but besides that, I have no fucking idea.
You had like etiquette classes back in Raja Hemlock, so.
Ben.
Well, no Jimmy tapping.
Yeah, don't Jimmy tap your dad, because he'll kill you.
He might respect you more, you never know.
Yeah, what the hell, son? Well, yeah, let's just go. I don't want to idle around, fellas. So let's
back to the upper crust.
Upper crust. Get some info.
Okay.
Maybe even take a peek at this little aqueduct, or at least navigate the route that would go if it connects to the. It's an estate, right, DM?
What?
The Mordramoth family estate is at like the tippy top of the city, right? And it all steps down from that.
The step, if you, in the literal sense, yes, it is
Top
literally the top steps.
Okay, and there's like a staircase up to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, essentially, we would probably want to get an aerial view of this place, whether that's through Arcane Eye or some other method, Zip turning into a bird.
Well, Zip's a scarab right now, so...
Okay.
Can
you speak as a scarab? I think scarabs can fly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a harrow fucking going up. 5e scarab.
like 600 feet.
Two
It's like, wow.
scarabs. Repeat.
Surely.
What's scare about you?
According to this thing I found on the internet, you also have a burrow speed.
Yeah, dude.
That makes sense.
That's cool.
You also have a climb speed, as you can imagine, for bugs, and a fly speed.
You can just fly up real high. How small are they? Are they minuscule, you say?
The tiniest reasonable size class before we start needing magnifying glass.
Atomic level.
I'm Ant-Man.
We could pull an Ant-Man.
Right, so I
then
can't
Be done with this
talk
whole
to you.
situation.
So I will go up his
So
asshole
basically,
and then turn back to regular
no.
size.
Everyone.
I
Yeah, that's
will...
low.
And you guys say that I'm the weird one with the body horror.
I mean, you are.
Yeah, but you're the one going up the walls. Who's the gay one now? Not it.
It's still you.
No, I said not it.
Sexy.
Alright, so what is the plan, Spider-Man?
I'm gonna go take a piss.
That's not a plan.
Well, Henry is avoiding the problem. We're going to go to the Upper Crust District, and we are going to look for... Just have a little look around in case the exterior and the ways leading up to the estate. See if there are any utility zones where they need like water pumped in, or are there access routes into this place? Like here's where the food goes in.
Yep.
Like a ramp up, just a general overview, and I think maybe then Zip may do an aerial flyover, like real high up to get like an aerial view, if they're okay with that.
My question, based on that structure you described, is I don't think it's possible to not walk around the upper crust and not walk around the
Exactly.
estate.
Yeah.
So it's not reflected in the mini map that we have here, so let me just give everyone, including the guy who's never been here before, a quick rundown of what the city of Annapolis looks like. It is a series of tiered steps. One at the top for the high-born people, and the medium is for the working-class individuals, and at the very bottom, closest to the water, is the access point for most people, including the city's TSA system, I guess you could call it. Farmers and fishermen to sell their goods when they're freshest. And in a series of steps like that, there's also a very large horseshoe-shaped aqueduct. If you take a horseshoe shape and you put the rounded parts with a little U shape, the U-shape's bottom starts in the higher crust district, and then the two outer edges of the horseshoe go down, hugging the city, and eventually lead downwards towards the Sea of Embrace. There is a mechanical drawing system where it draws in water from the Sea of Embrace, which is technically not saltwater. It is a freshwater ocean. So
I'm a saltwater fish. I died.
It is a freshwater ocean, and now it still requires some filtration, but that is built into the aqueduct so that you're not drinking fish poo. But is drawn upwards mechanically through not only mechanical means of, you know, fucking with physics and whatnot that I can't go into detail here because I didn't go to school for that. Trust me, it works.
Trust me, bro.
But it draws in water from the Sea of Embrace and pumps it throughout the whole city. Now, culturally wise, even though they have different districts for wealth, the entirety of Sanctus has an... I wouldn't say it's unspoken, it's very spoken, that no matter who you are, where you're from, you do not deny life-giving water to anyone, even your greatest enemies.
Even Spider Laszlo.
So, it is available to everyone to the same quantity and quality in terms of it being clean enough to either be potable or just to bathe in. Certain instances that you'll see are just common luxuries, like a fountain that uses the same fresh water. Technically speaking, if you wanted to, unlike Disneyland, you can just dip your cup in there and drink from it and not get sick. Don't do that at Disneyland.
Do it.
Why'd you get sick? Oh,
I drank from the Disneyland water, and look what happened to me.
I drank from the fucking, what is it called? It's a small world
A
ride.
sipper.
But yeah, don't drink from that. So, the shape of the city is, again, tier 3 step... Tier 3... Not tier 3... 3 tiers of steps, not tier 3 like a fucking Twitch sub. Speaking of which, I don't have a sub button.
Wow, remind yourself of that.
Well, I'm not trying to get one.
You'll get one.
I bet, yeah, sure. And I'll be the next ninja. And the shape of that has walls around the upper crust. There is no wall between the lower and middle district. It's kind of just a walkway that leads upwards. So the artisanal and handcrafted goods are usually around the medium class. So like the blacksmiths, tailors, not enchanters. Enchanters and alchemists are considered magical and will be in the upper crust district. But everything in between that's not like a peasant farmer or a fisherman. Those guys would be in the lower district, not only because of they don't make as much money, but it's closer to the water, so fishermen obviously we want to be there. Same thing with the farmers, they can get access to fresh water the soonest, because that's where they're drawing the water from, either from the Stephen Brace itself, or the close proximity to the intake valves for the aqueduct. Now, the city itself has a wall that goes around the entire city, so the upper crust district has technically 2 walls around it. We like walls here, but to an extent it doesn't cover everyone as well. As you can imagine, they have a lot more security guards, sniper towers, and in the case of post-zombie apocalypse swarm attacking the city, which you weren't there for, they've installed more ballista and maybe even some arcane ruins along the walls that you, if you asked Varys, he saw them. Now in terms of, besides the structural city and the cultural and whatnot, the Morjamoth family estate is the big de facto bullshit thing. It's the biggest building, sits on the highest point of the city in the highest tier. It's ostentatious as hell. There's dragon iconography everywhere because the Morjamoth family loves dragons to a very sickening extent. The patriarch of the family, Daedalus's birth father, well, Daedalus's current body's birth father, if you want to get really technical with it, has statues of himself everywhere in various poses. Some of them, like, you know... No, not in public at least. Maybe one in the bathhouse. But they are basically everywhere, and they are made of the highest quality materials. Some of them are maybe not just plated with gold, they could be a solid gold statue. Very good use of gold, I suppose, to be a statue of your dad standing on top of, like, a mound, just doing a heroic pose. Maybe, like, spreading his arms out to make him look like a dragon. Kind of dorky.
Who's gonna say otherwise?
But in either case, the Morjamoth family estate is not one single building. It almost wraps around the upper 30% of the upper crust district in almost like a C shape, kind of like the aqueduct itself, but in a miniature scale. It's like a C. It's a C spooning inside of another C. So that's how the family estate is shaped. So where the vault that you guys are trying to access to is, it could be anywhere within that sea. Anyone who has, you know, maybe you want to keep it in the centermost point where all the actual main building is. If you want to get really down to nitty-gritty, inside of the estate itself, they have their own facilities, such as a bathhouse, an oasis only accessible to the family, guard building for specifically Morjamoth family guardsmen who are probably more well-equipped by default than the actual city itself because they got the money to do so. The patriarch of the family does live here with his many wives, and external family like uncles and aunts have typically been designated to be in charge of other cities and towns across the continent, but still report back here on occasion, maybe for family visits, business-related or otherwise. The walls around the Morjamoth family estate are not only that of the ones that normally encapsulate the upper crust district, but they have a wall within a wall within a wall. So there are layers to this cake. and to even access them under normal circumstances is nigh impossible for typical civilians. Only reason you guys haven't even come this close is because of your association with the Princess Hualong, which is Dauntless's body's actual name. And is not pronounced how long, no matter how many times you guys accidentally or purposely say it.
No, we'd never do that.
If I had a nickel, I could probably not buy anything because inflation.
You could throw them at them.
You
Nickels kind of hurt.
They do.
If you get enough bag of nickels and you hit them with it.
Yeah, you could bean some of that, I suppose. Fine. Bludgeoning weapon improvised using my sock. But in either case, the Upper Crust District has, as I previously mentioned, the higher class artisanal things like magical item enchanters. The guys are familiar with. That would be referred to as... sorry.
He doesn't want to. He wants.
Well, no, that's the other one. That's the other one.
He doesn't want to say it.
Well, Master Igith is the magical shop owner of the Ostentatious Worm here in the Upper Crust. His cousin is...
Wigith?
Satyr, right?
Satyr
Yeah.
of the Venonomics Alchemy Store just across the street.
Look at Dad sucking up
Nino,
to the man.
Nino, then you get fucking Nino's Stitch and Barter, right? Was the other place?
Yes, there are essentially poor
Hey,
people.
I'm trying to fight for my life here, guys. He'll kill me if I...
Yes, there are tailors that work in finer materials than, like, you know, obviously, like, you'd have, like, silk at the top, and then some silk in the medium, and then basically burlap sacks down at the bottom. That's hyperbolic, but still. Of course, around these parts, guard activity has been increased by almost threefold. It's impossible to, like, turn a corner without eyes on you. Not necessarily being suspicious of your activity, but just the fact that they survived a zombie apocalypse recently. Your friends, if they want to, they can inform you on that, or not. Or you could just be like, oh, how come everyone's here is, like, really, really scared of zombies?
Oh, I could eat a brain right now. Ah! Get him!
That's not normal for our cuisine. But
I love brains.
crossing into the Upper Crust already requires a secondary checkpoint system where you need to essentially sign in and potentially state your business unless you are a resident here in the first place. The only person who has been signing recently has been the character Dauntless, and everyone else has been following along as his lackeys / bodyguards.
Don't we have some access? Because we technically work for Crystal Spark, too.
Oh yeah, Crystal Spark family is up here too.
That's
so.
why I got the kid on.
Well, they can't. The
Well,
lab coat. Unfortunately,
I'm
by the
already
way, when you wear the lab coat, it does not put a lab coat on every single swarm spider. So just take that in mind.
No.
You would have to have someone make very tiny sweaters for all of them.
Jen could do that totally.
But if you want to gain access to this place, all you need to do is essentially flash your badge, saying that you're essentially either with Crystal Spark. Right now, you couldn't really say that you're with Hualong because she's literally not here. If you were in disguise, though, you could try it. But whatever business you want to in the Upcrust District, you are getting through the first checkpoint and have access to the area. If you want to, you can visit one of your local merchants. Local.
Yeah.
Shut up. Don't point out when I have a slip up.
I suppose we're gonna have to test the waters here, literally on local perceptions. Where are we right now?
You are just past the initial checkpoint. Wherever you want to go next is up to you.
Okay, well, I'll be Laszlo. So I got my coat on, and I'll follow the group.
Are you a giant spider?
I'm a member of the Crystal family.
He can't not be. It's his form now.
Okay.
Either way, he's gonna be spider.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll be following you.
The townsmen and guards can't help but notice the large spider-bodied individual wearing a lab coat.
I thought he was still a tiny spider. Okay.
Nope, he's wearing a lab coat.
No, let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh yeah, it has to happen someday. Might as well fucking
Society,
have it right now.
okay? I don't care
He's
for
gonna
Fuck
strut.
society.
It offers no harsh words, but just a couple of wayward gazes that linger for probably more comfortable than you're familiar with. But at this point, you're just like, fuck society, Spider-Man. Sorry,
I look badass.
Arachnolad. Wait, that's also one.
I don't know.
Spider-Laz. Yeah, it's easier.
There we go.
But no one like comes up to you is like, can I have your autograph? Because why would they?
I don't. That would not be good for my ego. So.
But either way, if you want to,
Spider-Man.
oh, no, we wouldn't say that, Greg, because that's a.
He just glazed right over.
But wherever you want to go, you should tell me so I can narrate it.
Oh man, I have no idea where to go, guys.
I'm just gonna walk around, right?
Can't really sneak. Isn't their house like the on the highest hill in the top city?
It's impossible not to see unless you're like looking down, closing your eyes, and covering
it's not like we can view it from above unless we fly.
Is there?
That's correct.
They're not going to let us anywhere near there without the princess.
Oh, she left something.
They're not going to let us anywhere near there anyway. It's like every time we've gone up to there, we
they don't
right
let
to
us
the door.
They're at the door.
Is there? So you say the aqueduct wraps around like a C shape. Is there like a point where the aqueduct goes in so they can have their oasis?
There would be.
It's got to be. They can't just be right at the top without like water rooted in or.
They would, but you would need to get a better view from the ground, besides ground level, to actually see where it might connect. It could be like a underground pipe system for all you know.
Maybe,
it doesn't necessarily just only use gravity.
Sure.
So there could be like a little gremlin like pumping water for them that you can't see.
Damn it, we didn't account for the little gremlin guys. I mean, Scarab, my friend, ascend quite high and we'll see. You can give us a sit rep. Or, we could do other things. We should do something.
What other thing? I mean...
Well, you need to be careful.
The place since I was basically told let's go do it.
So, you should be cautious of casting magic as well, Kalos, as we're in the region, district-wise, in order to do, other stuff, like the arcane eye or whatever. We can find
the scarab flies high into the sky. Like Icarus, you will... No, hold on, wait.
Wait.
Well,
my wings!
But you soar upwards until eventually you get a nice lay of the land.
Yeah, I heard psy-up, yeah. I'm Andrew.
You look around and you do indeed see like the intersecting seas inside of each other of the aqueduct, followed by the Morjamoth family estate walls. The guard patrols are very, very sturdy and tightly formatted. There's almost no point at which you could reasonably like slip in between them, even in the darkest of nights, without bumping shoulders with one accidentally. Now,
even as a scarab?
Well, as
you didn't account for scarab guard duty, and there's like scarab versions
with a knife. Yeah. Yeah, I give a squirrel a knife. But in normal size, let's say that. But scouting around, you look around. The ballista are equipped. There is a little barrel next to each one of them, presumably with ammunition. A guard stationed, not always just like hand on the trigger at any given time, just ready to fucking rip ass. No, not rip ass, that's farting. Tear ass.
Rip ass.
Ready to tear up some zombie scum. Or just anyone, scum in general. The guards themselves have a different coloration if they're in the Morjamoth family. Much like what Zen is presumably wearing, it is primarily a base black with red highlights. There are stations where the guards can get shades so that you don't just have heat stroke every half hour consistently. In either case, once you get to the top, you can see that there, on top of the family estate, is an aerial point of view to their oasis. There is a large tree that bears fruit in the center around a donut-shaped oasis surrounding it, followed by a series of all red dragonborn who live here. Anyone inside the estate, unless they're a guard, which aren't always dragonborn, but every member of the family is a red dragonborn. There are exceptions to this rule, but at the moment you don't see anyone. Like, for example, you guys have seen that one of Dauntless's cousins is a black dragonborn, for example. Also, one of the moms. Or wives, I guess. Not Dauntless's mom. It's technically his...
So one of his aunts, right?
I mean, it's... Would it be his aunt? Because it's just one of his second moms.
Well, his mum was there. We met his mum.
Yeah, okay, so like 95% Red Dragonborn. And guards stationed around there, of course. The family members are typically living a very luxurious life with fancy finger foods at their beck and call, not really having to work a day in their life because their family literally prints the money that the country uses. And there's no, like, by the way, there's no neon sign, by the way, that just says weakness into structure here.
Damn it! That's what I was
Adam.
That's what. Damn it, Zip.
What the hell?
I'm Zip. You're just noticing the things. You shoot the messenger here.
Shoot him. Get him.
No, I'm gonna scare him.
But there are several guard towers stationed, and each one, like, you can see, like, at least the silhouette of a guard in the windowsill, just looking out over the estate or the oasis that the family members are currently in. Some of the family members are escorted directly by a very large individual, like a personal guard, as they move to and from areas of the estate. The estate itself would probably take you at least like almost 10 to 15 minutes if you want to go from the longest point to the longest point to walk across. If you're, average walking speed. In any case, is there anything in particular you're looking out for besides the aforementioned, Death Star entry port that you shoot? Because you're not going to find that.
I remember, I forgot who was it. Was talking about there's a room that may or may not have a mirror in it, on top of the roof somewhere. Can I look for that?
Let's go ahead and make a perception check then.
How do I roll that while the thing says waiting for DM? Waiting on GM, sorry.
Well, I didn't summon you guys here because it's going to murder your PCs. But let's go ahead and, well, I have it open for the stream. Do you want to use virtual dice then? I will summon you guys, but just be aware of how bad it's gonna get.
I have a new PC.
Well, and then I just hear some, like, whirring in the background.
Ah, I'm doing fine. It's not. I'm doing about little under 50, like little under 60. Yep, I'm above 60 now.
All right, you should have access to the dice now.
Greg?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just staring at what's loading.
We can change back to the other thing if it gets too intense.
Know how you can't even go above the fucking Bordermoth Tower?
No, I don't. I'm gonna just
sit here and suffer.
Don't do it.
Well, just get a good look, roll your dice, and we'll change back to a more not this map. Because it is going to devour your CPU.
Alright, where's my dice tray? How do I do this now?
Press spacebar.
Oh, spacebar? Alright.
It'll bring up the...
So we're doing... Alright, so what are we doing again? Perception. Alright, let me go.
Nice! I'm not on the treadmill, but I would increase the speed if you did.
Oh, you got a nat 20?
Yeah, for a total of...
Total of... Let me just pull this up.
Don't you have like a really good perception?
Yeah.
You're a druid, right?
Oh god, he's gonna have like a 30-something, isn't he?
No, it's not that crazy. I got a 24.
Okay.
You proficient in perception?
Nah.
Oh, that's just from Wisdom Raw, then.
Yeah.
That's still good.
Yeah.
So you see, based on your aerial point of view, so there are some areas that are clearly guard towers that would not be a good suit for someone to have their living quarters in. Now, it'll require you to descend ever so slightly, so what I also want you to do is activate stealth, which is me saying please roll for stealth.
Now, do I get advantage since I'm tiny?
Well, let's go ahead and say, first, what is the bonus to a Scarab stealth score? First, I gotta see, cause...
Oh, yeah, right. I'm not using mine.
It could be tiny, but like hella fucking loud or something like.
Yeah, it's got fucking...
It's like, oh my god, what's going on?
cicadas.
Yep.
Oh, fucking trying to make me buy something?
How dare they?
Adam, what
I
the
get
fuck?
horde of scarabs. No, I did.
Yeah, I can't find an individual scarab.
Well, it's like, I mean, it can't be different from like a fly, maybe.
Let's go with a beetle, maybe?
Yeah.
Scarabs are a beetle, aren't they?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
No, not giant fire beetle. Let's not do that.
Yeah!
Yeah, they don't see me at all.
I'm gonna go with the swarm of beetles stat block. I think that's the most we're gonna get on this one. Medium swarm of tiny beasts. Wow, that's scary. Oh. I'm gonna give you... It says here a +1 to dex. So unfortunately you're gonna get a +1.
19?
Holy shit, he's on a roll, guys. Oh look, the virtual dice are giving the new guy...
Oh.
Sorry, what was that?
I think you might be a paid actor. That's why you brought in here to.
Well, this is what
just
gacha
like,
games
what?
do for new players. They give them all the good rolls so they feel like they're on top of the world.
The 8x betrayal you'll never see.
So you
That's
descend...
with our 500 hours fucks it up.
You, well, yeah, because like then if you're playing 500 hours but you keep getting everything you want, you're not gonna play.
Good.
Anyways, besides emotional manipulation, we're gonna go ahead and talk about your stealth score, which was pretty damn good. So, you descend slowly, parking yourself in the shade of one of the towers, making it so that anyone who wants to look at your direction is gonna have to squint really fucking hard. I'm gonna give you two options. We're gonna do a little create your own adventure thing here. You get down to a point where you are below one of the ramparts, relatively speaking, on the same elevation as the wall. There are a couple of access points that you see. One of them is a window that is currently covered with nothing more than a silk curtain on the other side. There's also a door that a guard just passed through that you can attempt to slip through as he's passing through right before it closes. Which one do you want to try? You'll only have time for one.
The room that the guard just went into.
Sure. It appears to be that this guy is on one of the interior wall patrols. As you see that he is about to close the door behind him, you slip in, and just before it feels like he's about to crush your little bug form, you feel the gust of wind of the door's movement kind of push you just into the threshold, and you hear the door slam shut. Now you're inside, the temperature is much cooler inside here, and you can see the back of the guard who just closed the door. He is well equipped to the point where it feels like if he wanted to, he could easily destroy your current bug form. That's not a big feat, but still. He's a threat in that regard to your current espionage mission. You are now currently in a hallway. There are several doors on the either left or right, and then what presumably on the far end of the hallway, going into the estate main building. The biggest one that you can see from city level. The side doors could either be service entrances, bedrooms, not for the main family, presumably judging by how far away they are from the main building. So it could be guard barracks, maybe a broom closet, but that's an assumption. So, if you'd like to check out any of the side rooms, you can. Some of them are closed with the same kind of door, and it would be difficult for you to push them open in your current form. You could attempt to slip underneath the door cracks if they're wide enough, but some of them might be a bit more sealed in to prevent drafts, and your beetle body won't be able to fit through. Alternatively, you can say, fuck all the side doors, I'm going straight for the one at the end of the hallway.
And I only have time to pick one.
Well, the time for that one was because the door was about to close, and it wouldn't have allowed you access here, so now you have a bit more breathing room in terms of time.
Boy, howdy do I wish I had the brain talk ability. Fuck it, I'm just gonna go straight into the main house. Well,
Sure.
like the nicer looking door from what he can tell.
It is definitely a nicer looking door. Not only does it have a gilded doorknob, but there is
Yes.
the gilded doorknob right above the knocker, and there is the icon of a dragon etched into the thing with gold.
I don't know, that doesn't sound right. That's not ostentatious at all.
Now, it takes you a bit of time and patience for you to follow along with the guard, because it appears to be the door is going to be, 1, too heavy for you to swing it open with your tiny bug legs, and 2, there does seem to be a decent amount of, well, there is no crack that you could reasonably fit through even in your current tinier form. You need to be actually, like, atomic to fit through. So you wait patiently, just above the crest of the door, out of line of sight of the guard, who reasonably speaking has no reason to look directly up at the ceiling. So you can just hang on the top of the ceiling and wait for him to open the door. With a bit of patience, he eventually gets to that end of the door, places a hand on the gilded doorknob, and he doesn't immediately open it. He places one hand on the doorknob and the flat of his other hand against the frame of the door, right where the dragon's face is. It seems to almost glow, and the etching of a breath of fire coming out from the dragon's mouth begins to dully glow with a orangish yellow hue, almost as if it's actually breathing fire. At which point the door opens, and it seems to have very, very well greased hinges, as there is not a squeak to be heard. And at which point you slip into the threshold, at which point you are now standing in a grand audience/feasting hall. To the rest of you guys, this is presumably where the big head honcho likes to sit and tell people what to do. There's a large throne-like structure, very draconic in iconography. The armrests are more dragon heads. The backrest of the throne is 2 dragon wings folded inward so that they can make a backrest. And then behind him, there's an enormous portrait, approximately 20 feet by 30 feet in dimensions, of what is presumably the big head honcho, drawn himself with dragon wings and a dragon tail and breathing fire, holding a flaming sword.
What a fucking dweeb.
I mean, that could be.
Wow, this guy's pretty cool.
The main feasting hall below the throne itself, from the descending stairs, is incredibly long and could reasonably fit at least 40 to 50 people if every chair was filled. And they would even have a bit of room in between themselves and would not be bumping elbows to the same extent. It is made from a... If you were a mason, you would almost presume that this is a long, single slab of marble. There's not a crease in between them.
I'm not there to do stone lore.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does seem to be almost a single solid piece of marble as the countertop for the table, and the chairs set around them are made of a similar material, but they're not built into the floor. So you can actually, move your chair, so you're not stuck in place. That would be awful if you can't pull yourself forward. Especially if you have stubby arms. But the hall...
good thing I don't have those.
The hall itself is currently occupied, not by diners or the man who is presumably who would be sitting on the throne, but just a couple of guards who are stationed here to make sure that any intruders would be properly dealt with. If you could gulp as a beetle, I guess you would.
Bevo gulp.
But you traverse along the ceiling, of which feels very cool to the touch, despite you being in a desert city. Marble is not particularly well conductive, but now you are presented with more choice. Besides parking yourself on the throne, if you wanted to do that, you could do that if you want. There are, besides the entryway that you came in from, one very large double door opposite the throne, so that if you were sitting on the throne, you could see someone opening the double doors and you could preside over them when they enter. And then on the opposite end of the hall is another entrance that looks identical to the door that you just slipped in from. There's windows here too for ventilation, but that would just make you exit the building. If you want to leave, you can. It's the options there. Peace, I'm out.
Just be done.
You
Well,
could.
it's like the giant portrait of Odrizig could be a version of the thing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Could
I
be-
was
could-
gonna like investigate.
No, did they say it here? Oh, well, we
It
don't
would-
know.
it-
They said
mean,
it was a
it-
mirror.
I mean, that's probably what. Yeah, it can change, can't it?
Well, there were very specific like forms it took as far as I
yeah,
It's funny that you say
portrait.
that,
There's no
because I
teeth.
thought it was
yeah.
Scooby Doo, where there's something behind it. So
Scoo-
I'm gonna check the mirror. That's a beetle.
Portrait mirror, infinity mirror, and then there's a neutral state, which is.
Do you mean the
just a
portrait of
pane of glass.
Odrizig? The 30-foot by 20-foot one that's behind the throne?
Yeah.
Oh, the
What-
eyes are
what's
following you.
Is this like Scooby Doo? If you're here and
Scuba.
if you're there and I'm here, that
If I start
means-
running through these doors, I'll appear out a different one. So
No,
you
no,
go
it doesn't. I'm reading the item. It doesn't.
You go up to the portrait. It is impressive in not only size, but artistic integrity. Apparently, each brushstroke is painstakingly made in such a way that it almost looks like someone stitched it. It looks
so
like
not done by AI.
yeah, he's got the right number of
Thank
fingers.
you. Thank you. Nice, nice.
You approach the portrait. The border of the portrait itself is, again, gilded with gold and icons of dragons everywhere. The portrait itself feels solid. Placing your little bug fingers against it. Wait, you don't have fingers. Bug appendages against it. It doesn't feel like you could just like slip your hand through it and like pass to the other side. I don't mean die. I mean like illusory wall. So it feels solid through and through.
It's not a Mario level.
No, he's dead. They got him.
Do-do-do-do.
And there are no pigeons on the other side.
Oh, damn it. That's how you know it's fake.
What's he gonna eat now?
But for the most part, the portrait doesn't react in a violent way, or any way at all. It's just a big 30-foot by 20-foot portrait of what is happening whenever like you let a middle schooler just doodle on his notebook.
Penises?
Okay, well,
Dang,
not
dangus.
certain images.
I get the sense if there were a penis, it would be a substantially large one drawn on, just to get the message
Yeah.
across, though.
From what I can grasp, there is a giant penis drawn onto this, so
Well,
Dude.
the other guys aren't communicating with you at the moment, so you can tell them whatever you want when you get back to them.
There's a giant
Alright, I'm
penis.
gonna go
10-foot
through the
dick
other
on it,
gilded
guys.
doorway then. Try to bug my way through there.
That one is currently closed, and no one is actively attempting to go through it at the moment. While you did see what happened with the other guy, in terms of him grabbing the doorknob and placing his hand on the dragon's snout, you don't have the arm length as a beetle bug thing to reach the doorknob and also place your hand on the dragon's snout. And the door is shut at the moment.
Alright, can I fly out and see if there's another way of entry into different rooms?
Sure. You exit through one of the... it's really high up, almost like touching the ceiling, so much so that it's not really meant for, like, light to get in, but just for ventilation purposes. It's easily bigger than your current form, so you can slip right through and exit to the exterior of the building. Now, since the current shape would make like a little L if the index finger was the main hall, and then my thumb was the adjoining rooms, and then I did another L, so it makes another adjoining room like that. The right angle depicts that if you're exiting from this entrance, you would be looking at the hallway attached to what is presumably that gilded dragon door that you did not come out from. So you can actually just go towards there. They have a couple of windows. Some of them are more akin to like a stained glass one that people could like push open and close so they can look out from it. So you can look for an open one if you'd like.
Yes.
It takes a bit, and you need to fly around for almost like a 30 to 40 seconds before you find one that someone left open. You crawl on through, and you can immediately see that there are a couple of family members currently sitting on a bench, just idly chatting with each other. They're speaking in Draconic, so if you don't speak that, it'll be unintelligible gibberish to you. I'm assuming you don't speak Draconic.
No.
So you see two what is presumably dragon-born females. They are very well dressed in fine jewelry and silken robes. They walk around here in bare feet because it's nice and cool, so you don't really need slippers, and the floor is kept clean, so you don't have to worry about that. As they sit idly chatting, you slip on by, and you can see that this is, while built in a parallel way to the hall on the other side, it seems that this one has an entryway that leads to a stairway leading up to the oasis that you saw on your initial scouting chapter. And then a bunch of unnamed side rooms. Thank you.
Can I do like a perception check to see if I can find any door that might stand out with more?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Roll them dice.
Oh, did I roll? No. Oh. There we go. Oh.
I made you click. Greg, you rolled like
Wait.
3 of them.
Oh no!
You just
Am I
click it.
lagging?
Not right now, but it says you rolled 3 dice.
My bad. I only saw one roll, and it hasn't even told me the result yet.
Here, let's switch maps so that it's not as intensive. I'll summon you guys back to the campgrounds. Alright, let's try that one more time. Pretty good.
30-20.
Now, while the doors themselves are unmarked, you do put on your, I guess, detective vision. Some of them are clearly more worn than others, in terms of, like, the overall polish on the door handle, the paint is chipping off, and even little scuffs on the floor that see that maybe they have a lot more foot traffic around them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some of them, the side rooms, have very little wear and tear on the door handles themselves. And presumably the ones that lead out to other parts of the estate are incredibly well worn. From people moving in and out of them, grabbing the handles. If the guards are wearing gauntlets, the leather and abrasive materials could cause them to scuff significantly more. And one thing that stands off from you, for you, well, yeah, you're a bug in here, I guess you would stand out, is one particular door that is, while not labeled, has a slightly different doorknob than the other ones. Now, it's not the gilded door handle from the dragon doors that you just passed through. If the other ones have silvery colored rounded doorknobs, this one is more like a handle as opposed to a knob.
Mm. Either way, I can't really open it. I'm not trying to go into the least worn room.
Sure. As you get to this one, you suddenly see that the 2 dragonborn women stand up relatively abruptly, and while they don't take notice of your presence at the moment, your stealth is still pretty good, they stand up and leave through the door that you have yet to traverse through, which is on the end of this hallway. Presumably, it leads upwards towards the oasis on the roof. Now, while you could access the oasis on the roof normally by just going high enough and then descending down, you have a new opportunity to either check out the door that they're passing through as they open it and close it, or check out that room that you just want to designate as the least worn room. Make your choice.
I'll go up to the oasis. No, that's a option.
Sure. The door itself is closed. As the women open it, it leads with a spiral staircase leading upwards. As ostentatious as everything else in this house, each flight of stairs has a dragonoid image on each step. And while they don't glow like someone would like those glow-in-the-dark shoes as you step on them, you almost presume that they might, but they don't. You follow the two dragonborn females up the stairs until eventually you're led into what is presumably one of the highest parts of the estate. The oasis is fashioned on the roof, and even though running water would be difficult to get up to this, considering how gravity works, it seems they have no problem having a running fountain, a pool, and even like a little drinking fountain that you can fill like a glass of water with. The guards here are, relatively speaking, higher in quantity than any other place you've seen as of yet. And there are, joining the two ones that you're following, more Dragonborn idling around here, just having casual conversation. Two of them are playing chess, and like a third one is like soaking their feet in the bath. There is one individual that stands out even more so than anyone else. He's a very large Dragonborn of opposing demeanor. He has several people looming around him, kind of like some weird harem-esque visage. He is sitting just at the edge of the oasis, not dipping his feet in the water, but is sitting in a throne-like seat. It's like a beach chair throne combination. And is currently reclining at like a 45-degree angle, staring at what is presumably his many wives. What they speak of is, again, in Draconic, so unfortunately it's just a bunch of gibberish and Charlie Brown adults as you venture around here. He is dressed in such a way that not only does he match the guy who is in the portrait with the flaming sword, minus the wings, minus the tail, minus the flaming sword, and everything else, this is probably the patriarch of the family. While you don't get the name by just looking at him, there is an aura about him that almost feels like, am I supposed to like bow my head or something?
Oh.
Is there anything you want to... Yep,
No.
I change out of the beetle and I attack.
Well,
I attack and I polymorph, and now I am Daddy Mortimer.
You can't turn it to humanoids with that.
Not a beast.
Not with that attitude.
Or the ruling of the phrasing of the words.
This is gonna be shitty, but I'm gonna wait until he leaves so I can follow him to find out where his room is.
Sure. It takes a while. He is idling around here. He even has a full meal. Apparently his lunch or supper or what have you. So you're gonna wait here for a solid 30 minutes.
Alright, good. I was...
Yeah, eat one bite every minute.
He's pacing himself.
All the while, is there anything that you guys who are not scouting want to do? Because there is a long pause before you
You think he's okay?
Zip.
I was just about to ask that,
I
Zed.
knew it.
It's been a while. You think we
Well,
should have
he's
gone
just
to Lolth first and then got him into the communication?
That probably
the
would have been
Discord?
best. It's kind of
I
hard.
mean, we don't really know much about him. But
That too.
Yeah, but like if he's gonna be scouting, he might as well have that connection. And I think Lolth, I'm imagining Lolth can just sever it whenever she wants. I hope he's okay though.
And we cut back to this young man who is currently... Actually, I say young man, but you're like very old for a goblin.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Yeah, true.
We only know one goblin, and there's no crossover yet.
No, we knew a second one.
He died.
You know, the kids are goblins too, I'm just saying.
Who was the second one?
The guy who died!
The single father whose children you relocated.
Oh, right,
That you
right.
technically also never got his name. You only got his kids' names, oddly enough. In either case, you wait for a long while. The individual, the patriarch, is feasting in front of the oasis. Large, bountiful meals, of which mostly go to waste because he can't eat that much. Like a whole turkey, of which he only eats like the 2 legs. A plate of grapes, where he only eats maybe like 10 of them, and there's still like 30 left. Wherever the food goes, it probably is going to be given to someone else, or just thrown away, and, you know, wasting in a bin somewhere. But rich people can do that, because fuck it. Either case, when he finishes, he stands up, finishes with a glass of red wine, and then moves around the oasis. Some of the people linger around here. He is followed by 2 of the other Dragonborn. So you know you're following 3 of them in total. As he stands up, he goes towards the doorway that you snuck in from, and descends down, and eventually you follow him back into that large throne room / dining hall. He doesn't immediately book it for the throne, and just sit there for God knows what reason, just sitting on the throne. He actually has things to do. It's like watching an NPC walk cycle, and he just does standing in front of a window for like 20 minutes. But he goes through the main 2 double doors, held open by guards. He doesn't have to lift a finger for them to open, and traverses through them with the help of the guards holding the door open, followed by the 2 Dragonborn, followed by you, buzzing just above head, in such a way that maybe the wing beats of your scarab form don't make too much intrusive noise. He goes down from those 2 double doors into a very large foyer, which is presumably leads out into the main entranceway that your friends would not be idling in front of, because they're not allowed to be that close to the estate itself. But if you were a guest coming in, you'd probably come in through this foyer, of which now there are several doors and hallways, so much so that if you were to be asked which one to go through, you would be probably shot with analysis paralysis. But since you're following this one guy, it kind of narrows things down to just be wherever the fuck this guy's going. From the foyer, he makes a sharp left towards a door that is on the upper half of the walkway. Eventually, it leads into more hallways, and doors. He needs to pass through at least 5 doors before he gets to his destination. It is mind-numbing. Every time he opens a door, you'd be like, oh, what's behind here? Another hallway. What's behind this one? Another door. And eventually
behind this one, the sex dungeon.
Eventually he gets to his destination, of which is presumably your reason for following him, some sort of bedchamber. Now, I'm not going to narrate everything, because then this is going to turn into a rated R stream, but,
He fucks!
I'll use...
You jacking off?
No.
I am back.
Dan, you missed it.
I was right, it is a
He's
sex
off.
dungeon.
It's
I'm
not
describing it
it's
in
not a dungeon,
brief
it's
detail.
just his living quarters. There's a very large bed that if you wanted to, you could probably have at least 10 people on there at one time. Sleeping. Yeah, because that's what you do in bed, guys. You sleep in beds.
Yes.
And nothing else.
Check off, yep.
You don't need a bed for that. You can do that anywhere, Henry. Come on.
That's true.
Intelligence is your main forte, and you should know that you can do that anywhere.
Right, my bad.
But you enter this, now for the most part, it does not look like a sex dungeon. It just looks like a very royal person's bedchambers. Like a large armoire that has more clothes than you probably would know what to deal with. You wouldn't be able to like wear... You could wear like one new outfit every day and still have more. Like a walk-in closet, his vanity, which has like a comb, some waxes that make his scales look shinier. He doesn't have hair gel because he doesn't have hair.
Home and scales, is that thing?
You can brush them, yeah.
Oh.
You can just take like in the same way that you polish like a shoe.
And this guy is
He gets turtle wax out.
This guy is Daddy Mordremoth, okay? He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
There is a large closet that has a glass window that hides a series of different jewelry objects that can be worn on basically any part of the body, from circlets, rings, necklaces, maybe that thing's a codpiece that you're looking at right there, toe rings, like a ankle bracelet, anything that you can really imagine. And if you just think hard enough, you can turn anything into a nipple piercing. But all of those things are being left alone for now, as he's here for different kinds of business. It's probably the kind that you would use to make children. I won't narrate that unless you want me to. Does anyone?
Hell yeah, get into it.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and find this. I'm gonna go ahead and find this one hentai. And actually, how hard is it to find Dragonborn Rule 34? Actually, I'm not. That's probably very easy.
Probably not.
You really want to
easy.
look that up.
But if you search for that, you're gonna get Skyrim. Anyways.
5e Dragonborn Rule 34.
Wow.
Either way, Todd wins.
So you don't need to watch this if you don't want to, but the mainstay from here is that you wanted to look at his fuck mirror. The one that's on the roof, or the ceiling.
Oh my god, he has it on the roof?
Ceiling.
What a fucking
on the
savage.
ceiling, excuse me. On the ceiling, right above the bed.
Oh, hell yeah. That's where I would want
But
my
is it our fuck
mirror?
mirror?
Yo, it's our
Can I
fuck
have
mirror.
Zip? Can you make an Arcana check?
Oh, Zip, come on.
All the meanwhile, I don't have moaning sounds on my soundboard.
Monus. Remember the there's a description of this thing. What?
I prefer if you didn't use my.
No,
no.
What did he get?
Well, what's the total?
Hold on. What's the?
What did you get?
What did he get? What did he get?
Fate dice.
3.
Fate dice.
Ooh.
Okay.
He called it for you, so even though you rolled a natural 1, you technically can't critical fail in our campaign, so it's just going to be whatever your bonus to Arcana is.
And you also get a D6, because
D6,
if you want to use it because of the Animorph image.
Yeah, so your recap gives you a D6 you can add on to anything except for damage and D100 rolls. Because if
how
it
do I get rid of this D20 I pulled out by mistake?
just drop it, and then we can just...
got that.
Well...
Right, D6... Let's do this.
It's ovular and gilded, the laurels.
So add that in addition to any other bonuses you have for a grand total of...
5.
Wait, did he use the fate die?
Yeah, didn't you want that 16?
Press spacebar to see the history. You got more than 5.
Oh wait, the fate that lets me reroll.
Yeah, it can't be called. Yeah, it can't be called by yourself. It has to be called by another person. Dirty 20, very nice.
Fuck yeah, let's get it.
As opposed to that one that you rolled.
That
before.
was the use of it.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
That was a great use.
So now no one else can use it for the rest of the session. It'll recover next week. Yeah, true. I can't use it either. So you crawl over to the mirror. You can pay as much attention to the business going underneath it as much as you want. Use your imagination, or don't. That's up to you. But
Zip joins.
oh God, no.
As Beetle?
As the beetle?
No, he likes to observe. Zip's a
voyeur.
Zip has a little.
Voyeur.
Zip has a little bit of a kink there.
Well, you crawl over to the mirror and inspect it with the best of your abilities regarding anything that could be magical artifacts, magical lore, or otherwise. Now, depending on your perspective, this could be a good or bad thing, that it's not the mirror that you're looking for. It is just a really big mirror. It's completely mundane. No magical properties, even if you consider the act of baby making magical.
No.
Should I get a fucking moaning sound on my phone? Just play it through the mic.
Nip is just
Weezer one.
Carl Weezer, what?
Croissant.
Imagine saying that as your moan sound.
Well, someone probably does.
Croissant.
I'm
What?
croissanting. Oh.
It's right number of syllables, at least. Anyways, but unfortunately, this is not the mirror you're looking for, and you've just witnessed Dauntless's body's parents and aunties in the nude, doing things.
Fucking hell.
There could be some secrets there that we could learn. That's what he's going to say. when he
His
gets back.
favorite position is...
That's the
Rodriguez
password
really
to the
just has a-
vault, is 6969.
When
Rodriguez
goes
really
back,
just
I've
has
seen
a
your
tiny
father's
penis.
ass.
That's why he
It's like
has that
staring at
painting.
the ass of God, and it's staring back.
So is there anything you want to do in here besides inspect the mirror? He does have a lot of outfits on mannequins, of which he was wearing one of them before, but now he's naked, so he's not wearing it. He
I
does...
like to check the pockets in that.
Sure. Good idea. What I want you to do is make an investigation check. You are rummaging through his pockets. Now, there's no fate die for this one, so it's raw. Plus his intelligence, plus, I don't know if you're proficient in investigation or not.
Nope.
Raw. Oh, God.
See,
Total.
6.
Well, thankfully the DC was 5, so...
Oh, thank
Well, you're literally
the,
in
the
the
giant
pockets.
object in there. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what this
There's
is.
something bigger than you.
There is, inside of his right-hand pocket, there is a signet ring. Now, in terms of size comparison, it is going to be kind of difficult for you to just pocket the thing and just fly out of here like no one's business. So, it'll hamper your movement speed by half by carrying it in your scarab form. Is that okay with you?
Let me stick my scarab head out and see if there's like an open window around.
There is 2 windows, one on either side of the room. So if you have the door in the front side, the immediate left and right of the door, walls are where the windows are. One of them is completely shut and the curtains are drawn completely. The other one is only partially drawn curtains, and from your perspective, you might be able to squeeze through.
I'm gonna go to that one.
With the ring?
Yes.
Alright, I need you to make one final check before you're in the clear.
Fuck.
It's gonna be a
Alright,
stealth
let's do
check.
this.
Uh-oh.
And no fate die to be seen. And no Henry to say, give him +5.
I know, it sucks. It's like, oh.
Ooh, that's eating you up, isn't it?
It is!
Yeah,
It's
it.
eating me up.
Everyone witness?
Isn't it?
That is 8. No, wait, no. 9.
Maybe he's like so lost in the
Yeah.
fug that he's...
He's just like,
Yeah,
I
do
don't
I get
care.
advantage since she's just like laying pipe? I mean, I wouldn't pay attention about Beetle.
Well,
Yeah. Is that my signet ring? Nah.
well, the thing is, his current position, that his is the one where you just lay on your back
This factors
and just
into
get
it.
serviced. So
Maybe
he-
he got his
Oh,
eyes
damn,
closed.
he's not hitting it from
Service
the
him
back?
faster,
no,
quick.
he's
So
not,
he's
no back shots at the moment. He is just laying there receiving.
Well, then he's
With
probably
his,
just laying back,
yeah,
enjoying
he's probably-
And he's just looking directly up at the mirror, by the way.
He has his eyes
looking
closed.
at his face, probably.
He's looking at his own face as he's being serviced. So, more
Making
imagery.
like
Please don't
him
use that in
yoiming.
any of your recaps, by the way. Like, don't go to, like, Chat GPT or Bing.
He's saying don't. He wants this. Don't do that.
Haha, it would be funny if
Don't
you...
do it.
and then posted it in the waifu chat where Bob would immediately delete it if it has nipples.
Red Dragonborn King lays in bed naked, staring at himself at mirror on ceiling.
That's just a lot of words.
Hey man, it'll probably make it for you.
I'm
I
not
don't
painting
think
that.
so.
Dan, chop.
If you pay me.
I don't know what you're doing in terms of your video game stuff, but you have free time now, don't you?
If you pay me.
Haha,
And I'll give
exposure.
Oh, no.
Even
Break
though
onto the scaly market.
Untapped
Dan
potential.
refuses to do that under his current username. I'm just saying you could always make a pseudonym.
You know what it was going to be? I told you what it would be before.
Denwin.
No. Very obtuse.
Well, don't say it now because then
No.
you'll expose yourself. Speaking of expose yourself, Zip, when you get to the
No, I don't like that.
when you get to the window, you feel that the signet ring catches on a little bit of the window frame, and it makes a little clinky tapping sound on the windowsill.
No.
You can see that while it is not the patriarch who takes notice, it is one of the wives who is currently resting.
Damn it, you whore.
That's what the beetle fucking calls her a whore. What the?
I rolled my beetle strength check to rip it out.
Sure.
What is the strength?
I think it's like a negative
Do we
one.
even know if this ring is important enough that there were...
He doesn't know that. He doesn't care.
No,
He saw
no, I
something
know.
cool and was like, I want it.
I think that
that's a very good point. That's actually how I was looking at it. I'm
so.
like, I don't know,
I think
might be
it
important.
is a -1 to strength.
Dude, he's
Let's
stronger
do
than me. What the fuck?
I think it is. Well, that's the swarm stats.
What an individual beetle.
Well, I would probably like divide it then.
Oh.
No,
Oh, sorry, it's even worse than that. Excuse me. It's a
Don't. Adam.
It's a -4.
Oh my.
Oh.
No. I think it should be +4.
-4.
All right, let's see what we do here. The 2.
The ring drops from your hand, your bug hands, and it clanks onto the floor with an audible sound. You have a couple options. You may flee with the ring falling to the floor. You can fit easily through the window crack, but without the ring. You can try to see what happens after the noise is made. Alternatively, you can change your form. You have so many tools to pick from. But what would you like to do? You have dropped the
Zip
ring.
joins the banging.
Did I hear a fucking?
I'm here for the panty raid.
This is not how I thought it would go. Dying at a panty raid.
God fucking damn it.
What?
I'm gonna hide on the outside of the windowsill and see, and like kind of just try to see if I can peek from like the corner, like the top corner where you wouldn't normally be looking. I would hope.
Sure. So from your perspective, you see that one of the wives, who is currently in a resting state, kind of stands up from the bed and waltzes over to where the ring has eventually rested. She picks it up with and kind of inspects it, like what the hell is this doing here? She turns around.
Handprints?
You don't leave beetle fingerprints. It would need to be incredibly small, and you need like a magnifying glass times 10 to even see that in the first place, I think. But she picks it up, and you see her turn around, vocalize something that you can't understand to the patriarch, and he kind of just waves his hand away. He's like, nah, not now. I'm getting I'm
finna bust.
That's exactly what he says.
Yeah.
I'm finna bust. Leave me
Get
alone.
the fuck away, lady.
And he kind of hand waves it away. She takes the ring and places it into a jewelry cabinet on the opposite side of the room. And then she kind of just goes back, and now it's a three-way party again.
God damn it, whore. Why didn't you just do that earlier?
I'm just saying, you don't know who's who in there. That could have been Dallas's mom for all you know.
Was it a black dragon? Wasn't she a black dragon?
No.
Nope, that's one of the other moms. His mom is red. And every person in this current
That's one of the
threesome-
backup moms.
Yeah, everyone in this current threesome is red.
That's the SSD meme storage.
Secret meme storage that we had to
Yeah.
wipe. That is probably corrupted at this point, actually. So, they put the signet ring into a jewelry cabinet. Unfortunately, you've kind of lost some of your element of surprise.
I'm gonna report back to the group.
Very well. You fly back, no ring in hand, unfortunately. You've scattered out a decent amount of the interior, especially the main hall and some other portions of it. Now, you didn't exactly see a big sign that said vault room here either, unfortunately. So you're going to be reporting back with probably not as much information as the group is probably hoping for. By the time you get back to them, they have been waiting for you for approximately 40 minutes at this point. Wherever they're idling, could be an oasis, could just be like...
the Zen pond, probably.
Could be around there.
Yeah.
You guys eventually see a scarab beetle fly down towards you, and if you want to, you can change out, or you can stay in there.
I'll change out.
Sure. You change out, and there's now a goblin. And it is a very familiar goblin. His name is Zip.
Bug? Oh.
Fuck!
Does he look scarred? Does he look like he's been through shit? He's less like...
Physically, no. Emotionally, maybe.
Did you see the gem-encrusted golem? Did you find that?
No, I didn't find the vault, and I checked on the mirror. It is not magical in the sense of it has magic, but it is magical to him, and that is as much as I'm going to go into.
Wait, Zip, now you gotta clarify something. Does he have a tiny penis?
No,
Why are you asking that?
Because, like, you know, he could be overcompensating.
He didn't tell us what he saw. He didn't get that specific. We remember we're not in it. There's no psychic network.
I have to roll a history check to see if I remember that or something?
Well, first of all, is that something you would have been looking at in the first place? Is my first question.
I did interact with the giant mirror that he was directly under, so
exactly. See?
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're laying on your head, if you're laying on your back and you're getting head, if you look at from the top of the mirror, you're just gonna see the woman's back of the head.
That's gonna be real.
How high does the head
from a
go,
dragonborn? You got those chompy teeth.
Dragonborn heads are pretty big. It's technically like more length in terms of like the snout, but they also can have horns too.
Let's just, that's not relevant to the.
It is relevant.
Here. Yeah, it's not very
Zip,
relevant.
do you remember?
Why are you pressing the issue? Oh my god!
Why do you care? How big it was?
I need
like
to know.
I just need to know.
Is he really Daddy Mordremont?
Does he
Clearly.
have that thing on him?
Well, if he's using the portrait, clearly he got something going on.
It could be
No
two
one-
things.
Do you guys want to roll for it?
Yes.
I'm going
I
to
want
use a D10.
A D10. Okay.
So that's going to be the range.
This is in
How
feet.
does he do a D12 if he has the mirror?
12 inches is
You're
scary. So is 10.
Isn't he like a? How tall is he?
He's
Wait,
like
who's rolling? Who's rolling?
I'm
the
rolling.
D10? All right, cool.
Oh, everyone
I need to
who
get on
wants to bear,
Twitch.
does everyone want to bear witness to this?
Henry asked for this.
I need to
so-
get on Twitch. All right, go.
This could be insanely
funny.
funny. Or jaw-droppingly scary.
We don't have the.
Or
fate
something
tonight.
in the middle.
And there's no fate
You can
dice on
read
this, so
painfully
no one's
on-
re-rolling. Henry can't give it a +5.
Micro penis.
Come on, micro penis.
Hello,
Right.
micro. I mean, I'll just. I mean,
Does anyone have any last words before I roll this?
This could change the campaign, Adam. You know
This is
this, right?
because Dauntless was not here.
All right, you
I'm
guys
just
ready?
preparing every reaction for every.
Can I get
every
a
available-
pog chip? Hold on. Someone post at least one emote in the chat before I do this. I'm gonna throw this as soon as I see an emote. I'm farming chat interactions.
There you go.
Why would you
He's already
use
laughing.
He's using 5 total biscuits.
Oh,
Alright,
R.I.P. Total Bliss.
and throw. 10. He rolled max. He rolled a max.
He obviously used the mirror for that.
Jesus
He obviously
Christ,
used
that's
the
a
mirror.
max roll. 10 American inches.
He used the mirror.
No, Dan, we
It's the
can't
mirror.
switch this to centimeters.
It's the mirror. I
10
knew it.
American inches.
I guess they do call him Daddy Zed. for a
The
reason.
fuck?
Oh,
Fuck.
you said Zen.
Well, no, that's
All
right.
right.
We're not in ground now.
Now that we
We're not
got
wrong.
that out of the way. Wait,
What
no,
the
cup
fuck?
size of Some of the moms too, or something?
No. It's just him. I care about.
All right. Now that that's out of the way, what were we talking about again? All right, we were seeing what Zip saw besides the 10-inch monster. I don't know if I should be worried or proud or anything. I don't know what emotion to feel right now. These are not real. But it's hitting me right in the feelings.
I'm so proud of one of my NPCs having a massive
I'm so
dong.
proud of one of my NPCs rolling to have a large schlong.
That's great. All right.
Now that you're scarred, ring too.
Did you steal it? You didn't get it, did you? Yeah, right.
No, I tried, but the window wasn't open enough.
That might be like one of the hottest items ever if you got that. That'd be pretty.
What would we
detrimental
do with
for
that?
us,
Like,
yeah.
We would sell it to the black. We would obviously.
He would literally just have he could have literally scried on it, and then he would see, oh look, these 5 schmucks.
No. You can't scry on items. Remember?
You can locate object.
You can just locate for an object. And let's say if this object is in a bag of holding, then they can't see it.
Or we could give it to Daedalus and be like, she did it. It's your daughter. Are you really gonna?
While you how many daughters he has? Do you understand how Zip? I'm gonna let you in on a little secret about the Morgemoths. Did you happen to count how many Dragonborn were in that compound?
Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's like at least 5.
Okay, so if Daedalus does something that displeases Daddy Morgemoth,
stop calling him that. That's not beneficial to them. That's not beneficial to the mission.
Dan right now has a mental image of one of those really fucking
put in perspective of the story you told us, he literally could have just gone and he could have literally been making 2 more just like her in that moment you walked in on him. So
no, he wasn't. There was only Oracle that I saw.
Thanks for the clarification, Zip.
Thank you. But
this is why we love you.
Daedalus is not irreplaceable.
Would you describe as a sloppy toppy?
Gawk 3000.
Talking to God, yeah.
Gawking.
Was he getting the Gawk 3000?
Yeah,
this is all important, by the way.
This is relevant to the mission, fellas. Clearly. Yeah. What else did you see other than that?
I saw the Oasis.
Okay.
But
thank you.
I didn't really see anything. I mean, I kind of mapped up a decent amount of the area.
Now, when you were inside of the room that lit up with the dragon head, did you see any other doors in there? Because that's a lot of security for just a throne room and a dining room.
Well, it seemed like it was like their main area where they were living at. Oh, I also explained to them how to open the dragon door.
Okay, good information.
How did you open it? I was garbage.
Now here's my question though:
grab the doorknob and
would we be able to open it? Is
put
it
their
enchanted?
hand next to the dragon head.
It could be enchanted too, like to only let. It could be like a magical security system for all, you know.
Yeah, but that's a lot of security just for a dining room.
And who can afford it? The guy with 10 inches. Sorry, not gonna drop this yet.
He doesn't even pay money.
I am
he just
unreasonably funny about this.
He just walks into the security firm and he just drops it on the counter and says, "Get me a security system that befits this." And
oh Jesus!
They
Christ.
say, "No charge. Just put it away. We can't look at."
Sir, please. There's children in the lobby. Oh God, no, never mind. I take it back. That's not good.
Dude, he's gonna apparate and he's gonna not be happy with you slandering him like that, dude. Okay.
Slander, you just gave him a 10
back into character. So Daedalus mentioned him having a study, but other than that,
it could be in that room, yeah.
It does sound like the vault is
elsewhere.
The most likely.
It's got a, from what they've said, there's a big golem that looks like Aldrich, and like it's got gems encrusted into it. I mean, that would be a good thing to identify and find, because then that'll be where the vault likely is.
Do you remember where that?
No, it's just something that Daedalus had mentioned when they were recouping their gift for the Gogabemnon blood. Gogabemnon, what it was. So wherever that is likely where the interior is. That's all I got, though.
It is unfortunate that the one guy who's been into the vault is not here. But, them's breaks.
Yeah, I got a note here that says, there is a magical substructure underneath the estate. Also, prompted to sire 4 to 5 children. Vault of the Mordremoths is guarded by the Odrazig ruby-encrusted stone figure golem. They were gifted an ornate chest within a puzzle box. Solved the puzzle box, and then got his crazy movement as a boon. This was freaking nuts as well. It is likely that the Mordremoths killed Thernodolin's last wife to put a Hualong in place and secure trade marriage.
Oh right, yeah, that was crazy.
Odgerbucks.
Are you gonna tell your boss that, by the way?
Fuck no. Doesn't benefit anything.
Anyway, guys, it's time for me to start going.
Okay, see you later.
Right.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
There goes our plus 15 still.
User disconnected from your channel.
True.
I mean,
This
at
is
point,
like Ocean's 11, but then like half like Matt Damon leaves. Like,
I mean, at this point, it's not like we're actually gonna go do it anyway.
I'm going in right now. Yeah. Paris dies to a
Alright,
dragon.
Since we need
Daedalus
Dottie
gets a
for
crit.
this, do you guys want to go shopping?
For what?
I don't know. Maybe we can find something cool.
We didn't go shopping.
I mean, we
day?
weren't going to infiltrate today. You're still half dead man walking, so we were at least going to wait until you were able to walk in a straight line.
Okay.
Hey, do you have any funky magic there, Zip, that can restore this man's integrity?
You would need, was it lesser or greater restoration?
Probably greater restoration you would need to...
You'd also need the diamonds for that. Or whatever
Oh,
material
we might as
component.
well actually get Zip some diamonds.
Well, I can. I just need some diamonds. Yeah, diamonds. I can
How much
use
diamonds
some of
do
those.
you need?
I think it's 500?
100 gold worth.
500?
We don't use
Diamond
gold
dust.
here, so
I
use
got
Samir.
500 simoleons.
Simoleons?
I never heard of that currency.
Whatever we use.
Well, gold everywhere else.
My money's good here, right?
We have to convert it, but
Gold everywhere else in the world, Sanctus is the only place that uses paper currency.
and they own the paper currency, the building we're in.
So if you want to change over your money to, it's called Samir, you can go ahead and go to an exchange. They are going to charge you 5% in order to convert your gold.
Bastards.
Yeah, well, how else are they going to make money? Be charitable?
Be
Maybe.
fucking.
I mean, they definitely do that.
But the current exchange rate is 1 to 3. 1 gold equals 3 Samir.
Before we step into any other facility, I do like pull Zip aside and like everyone we talk to, I want you to keep in mind, basically everyone in this upper crust works for the Mordremoths. So watch your tongue. You know, mentioning stuff that we've been doing or might be thinking about doing.
Yeah, don't mention the 10 inches.
Yeah, so it was like 50 inches. It's like, oh,
Like they're like, how does he know? It's like,
I was there. I was trying to steal a ring and maybe like case the judge. Like, oh, okay.
I was just in the window and I just saw it. It's like, it's not like 90 stories up. I mean,
yeah, about that runs down the street. Like, I gotta go.
All right.
Here's something we have not considered, and I think we realized it wasn't feasible because it just the circumstances the crystal sparks were in, but we could check to see if their mining yielded anything.
No, that's true. Oh wait, now that we have some downtime and we can't do anything else, I was gonna ask you guys.
How big is your...
How big are your penises?
I was gonna use the necklace. I want to use the necklace as a bargaining chip for them. For them to use, but actually, now that I think about it, the arcane gate is already They already have the materials for it, so it doesn't even matter. But I was gonna ask them that they can have this, but they can't sell anything to the learned in Fates.
I don't think that'll fly very well because they're business oriented, and that's a very business.
Of course.
My thought on the preservative. That's the necklace is the preservatives, right?
Yeah.
Well, my thoughts were twofold. A, if we continue with our current method of getting the stuff, is like once we have it and use it for what we need, then we can maybe sell it off or give them a crack at it if they're interested. And then if by some miracle we can find an alternative source of rocks, then maybe that's something we can trade, because obviously either way, this is something that's valuable to them. And if they're willing, I mean, as big as the rocks we're looking for and valuable as they are, like the ability to like find them and preserve them might be worth more.
Well, if you think of it like this as well, we may not need to get any more crystals for the ship. If we get the two, put them in, and just put that next to it, it'll never deplete. Then we'll just have infinite energy. Whereas if we don't have it and we pound it off, then we'll need to get more.
Well, I'm also offering this as an alternative because, like, we need to get to the bargaining chip to get the rocks.
Yes, exactly. I don't think we should get rid of that necklace yet. Got uses for the ship, I think, when we have the resources. As a preventative measure to not have to get more resources and do crazy things like what we're gonna do. I mean, maybe at some time we could, pawn it off, but I don't think it sounds like a good idea now. For the plan.
Basically, we need it, and I wouldn't mention it until we know how we're getting our supply.
Yeah. Did you have other ideas for that, Alice?
Nope, that was it.
Okay.
Is there any shopping that you guys want to do while you are here? I kind of sense that we might end earlier than we usually do because we are missing a large plot point, or key figure, rather. Unless you guys want to do the disguise method, that's also an option. Not saying it's
an
impossible.
option. Here's
just
the thing.
how the dice roll.
Disguise self only turn. So the second mom walks over and wants to give the princess.
What the hell? You're a little elf.
Why are you elf shaped?
You little weird elf. What are you?
That was also the other reason I didn't want to.
Because you get immolated instantly.
Yeah,
shame none of you
and I can't I can't teleport. So I mean, more than a few feet.
I technically can change, but I'd be short.
You're a kobold, and they fucking hate kobolds.
They're
no,
jealous.
I can shape change into a short dragonborn.
You have auto self too.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like a natural druid thing. I can't change anything bigger than what I am, but I can do it by.
Hey, Mom, I got put into a trash compactor.
Help me! Help me! Help me! Gravity's weird.
They shipped me back in time. Oh man.
Whoa.
I look at Dauntless and make myself look like a younger Dauntless.
That it's 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
Okay.
And looks younger.
Well, and
then Zip is just gonna be like, "Now, hear me out."
Here's the problem. They made it sound like they didn't want us.
What magic?
Go on.
I went back in time. I don't remember what I'm doing, and that's why I can't speak Draconic.
Okay. Well, this is a bit of a stickler. They used to be able to speak Draconic in their youth, and they were trained very extensively. That's what the young'uns they get trained up to be sired off to other families. So you going back in time should theoretically mean that you would know the language, and then it'd be more confusing.
So Zip, here's the thing: Morganoffs, they're all well aware that their princess had some head trauma and can't speak the language, and they're very, very ashamed of that. So, A, it's already knowledge that they know that she can't speak it, and B,
time travel may not aid things.
yeah,
Maybe. I'm not ruling it out, but might be a little bit too convoluted.
They also here's the thing. Like, even if the princess, I don't know if having the princess walk in there would help, because they made it sound like they don't want to see her again until A, she's pregnant, and B, she can speak, to them in a tongue that doesn't insult their ears. So
what if I'm their child from the future?
Varys just we were
I
shopping.
didn't consider that. I didn't consider that one, Varys. It's got a good point.
I'm the secret child that she didn't know?
Well, it wouldn't be secret. It'd be very public that you don't know yet if you're from the future, I suppose.
Wait,
But
so if
how's that work?
If the whole thing is that she can't come back until after she has children, then why are we waiting for her to be
That's
back
why
for us?
that's why I'm like putting that out there, because it's like the princess to walk inside. That's why I was like, that's why I was just as keen to have the disguise bracelet to disguise Dauntless as anything but the princess, because it's like, I know I'm not giving us any solutions, but like we're kind of tied by our circumstances.
Well, considering Zip went in as a little beetle, could you arcane eye and try and find that gem encrusted golem? That would be a good signifying location, sort of tent pole where we would need to likely go for a vault.
Do we have a general location for that? Because if not, I'm just gonna go blind.
I think they were escorted last time outside, so maybe there's like an outer entrance. Maybe any big statues, I suppose.
I can only do this for an hour, and then I have to still crumble to dust, and then I have to do it again.
Okay, it shouldn't take too long. I mean, that's if you want to keep scouting. We just did one scout, and by the sounds of it, Oasis, big room, plug in, ring, and then we know there's a study, we know there's a bedroom, we know there is some vault somewhere, but it's where it is. I mean, it sounds like that would likely be. Why else would you have a big golem? That's a good defense.
Is that the plan, gentleman?
I'm just throwing it out there. If not, we can go shopping and then really figure it out next time.
Might as well get it done now.
I mean, we're willing to try anything if we think it'll give us any kind of hints as to which direction to go in.
I mean, if I were a Mordremoth and I wanted to hold a vault which has very, very important artifacts, I would probably.
If the study is the last alternate location for it. Like, here's the thing: it's this magical artifact that alters the self and gives. If that's what he's using it for.
That's how we got the 10-incher.
I literally said that the second you rolled it.
Oh, did you? I didn't hear that. Sorry.
I did. But
No, me.
Would he leave it in a study? Like, Dauntless seemed to indicate that he wasn't the only one with access to that study. Would he leave it in a location where, like, his wives could?
I think the aboleth literally said it's in a vault. So.
Yeah, that's what we were
told.
So
there's that. Yeah.
I've got my assault, because if he wants this thing so badly.
Can I continue where I was? Just I got a point.
Yeah, sorry.
So this golem likely is gonna, if he's guarding a vault with stuff of, the things that can make Dauntless move extremely fast, low-key related things, it's probably not just going to be your run-of-the-mill golem. It's gem encrusted. There's probably some more magic going on there. Maybe we need to be careful if we're going to use magic near that, if we're trying to find that. So maybe don't arcane eye. I'm not sure. Or if you do it from quite high up.
Well, so how long did it take you to get to the, let's say, the residence?
You may have like extra sight, is what I'm trying to say.
How long do you think it took you to get there?
So to the main so it was going for like 45 minutes. 30 of it was waiting for him. I'm gonna say like 10 to 15 minutes.
Alright, well, I take out Zip. You've never seen this before, so I take out a little Tinkerbell-looking robotic thing,
Mm-hmm.
and I start twisting it from the back. And at the same time, you see me put on a little lens on my eyes, and I cast Arcane Eye, and you see as she starts to flitter, she like goes invisible and flies out.
The remote control drone pixie thing flies away from you. Now you direct it towards the bathhouse to peek on people bathing.
2 for 2. Well, that wasn't
I
bathing.
want to
already got
confirm
there.
that this man has a giant
Yeah,
schlong.
second opinion.
Yeah, he's fucking kept asking.
10 inches. Are those Rutashian inches? Are those Sanctus inches? We need to.
Is it the Gromnil mile?
I believe I stated American.
There's
Which
no
is not
America
real,
in this
yeah.
world, Adam.
Ah, you don't know that yet because there are some places that I haven't named yet, so... Somewhere
What the
out
hell?
in
This
this
place
camp...
is called North America.
What are you doing again?
I'm going towards the house, towards the
Schmeat.
mansion, but I guess looking for a tower on the outskirts that looks pretty guarded, like some sort of vault
are.
that they would
I
have.
say there's also there's like a substructure to this place, so maybe like any doors that look like they may descend down.
I use that newfound information and I try to look for that DM.
We're gonna start by using your arcane eye. We're gonna move it towards the front entrance, the one that I described as the foyer to Zip. Getting in there is relatively easy, be it through open windows or occasionally waiting for a guard to bypass as they pass through any thresholds. In the foyer, directly in front of you are two extremely large double doors, dragon iconography everywhere. Safe to assume, based off of Zip's description, this leads into the dining hall / throne room. You have also, immediately to your left and right, if the throne room is facing north, that would be your east and west. There are different tiers besides the ground floor. You need to walk up a flight of stairs to get to the double doors for the dining hall, and then even beyond that, there is another layer with more doors. More door.
Oh my god, these people like doors.
I want to simply not go through the door. Wait.
So you have a enormous amount of variety to pick from. There would be, I would say, west ground floor, west second floor, then east ground floor, east second floor, and then the double doors for the...
Double door.
Yeah, I'm
Double
getting them all
door.
out there. The two northern double doors on the second floor would be north 2. North second floor.
Guarded by Doug Doubledore.
Doug Dumbledore. I love that.
I know, it's a
guess I go
lot of
towards
different directions.
East ground, I guess.
East ground floor. So, hugging around there, what I want you to do is use your arcane eyes, your special eyes. Make a... You're probably going to like this one. It's an investigation check.
Oh, this is
shit.
built for him. This is him.
My
He's
brand.
him.
This is
I'm
what
him.
I am for. It's gonna be plus 10. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You're a dirty... Sorry.
Yeah, he's trying to find that fucking dong.
You move the arcane eye on the east ground floor. Before you even get to one of the main halls at the immediate east, you can't help but notice that... Just quick question, the range of vision on arcane eye, is it
30.
It's a what?
30.
30-foot range of cone vision?
Yeah. It says 30 feet of vision.
But is it omnidirectional or like a regular looky eyes?
It says 30 feet in any direction. Oh wait, no, hold on, give me one sec. Want to receive visual information from the eye, which has normal dark vision and 30 feet. It can look at any direction.
Okay, so it is
can look at every direction. However, I don't hear stuff, so just keep that in mind.
Okay, but it is technically omnidirectional.
Yes.
You notice something, that there is a doorway hidden underneath the shadow of the stairwell that goes up to the Dumbledore. Sorry, double door.
Adam, you should have No, play it off. You gotta say
the Doug Dumbledore or the Dumbledore.
It's all on
What's Dumbledore's first name again? Like Alvin or something?
Albus, and it's not Alvin.
Alvin's Dumbledore. No, that's what it is now. It's Alvin Dumbledore. So the flight of stairs that goes upwards, there is on the east side of the stairwell, hidden underneath the second floor platform, is a door. Single door.
Does it have any
Single
cool
door
marking in it?
Sorry, what'd you say? You distracted me. What'd you say, Henry?
Is there any cool markings on the door?
It is actually the opposite of cool markings. It is incredibly well camouflaged.
I'm gonna go in there, see if there's a way to get in there.
You said it was underneath the stairs or in the shadow of the stairs? In the east ground floor?
Kind of both.
Okay, east ground floor, camouflaged door.
The door itself is incredibly flat and almost featureless. So much so that it is probably meant to be hidden. The only reason you can see it is the frame of the door is not completely flush with the stone that it is built into. As the door itself is not made of stone, they had to do some really finicky paint work to make it look like the same stone. And it kind of looks like when you have like an animator keyframe and like, this is the thing that I want you to move. But it is, for all intents and purposes, has no immediate door handle or hinges visible, or even besides the frame of the door frame itself.
Okay.
So you kind of just see like a weird rectangular slit in the wall.
Is there a gap in between the walls, an inch in diameter?
An inch is about that big, so no, it's not. Well, it's not completely like laser.
Audrejig, I need you for a moment, if you will. Let's stand here.
The thing itself is, while there is a gap in between the frame and the door itself, it is smaller than 1 inch, unfortunately.
Oh, damn, well, I can't. I can only pass through something that's an inch about diameter.
Oh, well then. I guess you're stuck in that door.
Yeah.
But if you want to look somewhere else, you can try it somewhere else. You were already going east.
I'll go east. I'll keep going.
East, ground floor. There are several side doors around this area, some of which are relatively undecorated relative to some others. While all of them have some sort of dragon-esque thing, maybe the door handle looks like a dragon's lower jaw, or the knob is like a dragon's eye, like a lizard-like vertical slit, or maybe there's just a dragon on the door itself. Either way, all of them have something to a nauseating amount of dragon features. On the east side, let me just go ahead and see the layout of the thing. One sec. East side, best side.
That's why we know you'd put the cool stuff there.
So east side has the kitchen. There's an indoor garden greenhouse. That is also where you can find the personal bathhouse for the Morgemoth family. And then some guard stations. Do any of those pique your interest?
No, none of those do, to be quite honest.
Fair enough.
I mumble this out loud, and I'm just like, kitchen, garden, personal hot spring.
It was a kitchen, so okay.
Greenhouse.
Greenhouse.
Where were we doing this? Were we doing this in the Oasis, like in a park somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are we alone?
Relatively speaking, no. There's at least like one kid and his friend currently playing tag. There's a mom watching over them, and then
How
nearby...
does a spider sit down? I'll just sit.
No one is paying attention to us, though, right?
Relatively speaking, no. Most people are minding their own business. You do see someone who you know taking a lunch break around here. It's Agith. He's on lunch break.
Cool.
I wave to Agith.
Yeah, he's feeding the ducks. There are ducks here, by the way.
I'm going to look at the ducks and scan their form.
Mm-hmm. You now have unlocked duck form.
Sanctus duck achieved. Beep boop, beep boop.
The ducks themselves are not like your regular ducks. They have a series of plumage along the crest of their skull that gives them a mohawk.
Badass ducks.
Their bills are also, relatively speaking, while still flat, they don't have the rounded edge that other ducks have at the tip. It is actually relatively almost square.
Square bill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've...
Coloration also doesn't particularly have one uniform. It ranges. Some of them have bright red mohawks and black feathers. Others will have like brown and white feathers and like a beige mohawk. Relatively natural colors. You don't see one with like teal or anything. But they range in those colorations and overall visage. So mohawk and square bills are their main key features. And now Zip can turn into one.
I take out my little booklet and I mark off, like I just draw a duck in it. Mark off the page.
Hell yeah.
Back to Mr. Arcane Eye. If the East Wing is not to your liking, would you like to continue using the spell, or are you done here?
Well, I'll go to the West Wing.
The West Wing. Let's go ahead and give you the description on that one, just in case there's any rooms that pique your interest. So, as previously said, the East Wing has the aforementioned locations. This one has, first of all, on the ground floor, the water closet, where you may... It's different from the bathhouse. This is where you...
Poop house.
Poop house. So I guess latrine would be probably the better word.
Shit on the floor.
The shit.
In the streets, maybe. I don't know.
A water closet on the ground floor. Next to that, there is a door that is labeled with what appears to be a... It looks like a potion vial that is like mostly full and has been drawn to look like it's like the interior liquids are swishing about. If that makes sense. Next to that is what is presumably an armory. For a brief moment, one of the guards passes through it, and you see him walk out with a different sword than he walked in with. They are, of course, bedazzled with diamond quartz. Either maybe just the whole blade, or maybe just the tips of the edge, so that you can get the cutting edge to hit them with diamond quartz. Beyond that, there are certain amounts of non-family living quarters, so the on-staff guards. While they do have a different guardhouse outside of the immediate... well, it's still technically in the estate, but not built into the main building. They have many stations for guard housing. It could be just a lobby or a lounge for the guards. When you peek in there, it doesn't have, like, actual beds. It's just like couches and chairs and a bar-like structure to it, where there's like a person who can serve you drinks, not necessarily alcoholic, because you don't want to be having drunk guards. So beyond that, if you take furthest down into the hallway, there is a station there that appears to be has an open ceiling and has an object that you have yet to see very often. Go ahead and make an intelligence check-a-rooney. I'm not sure why I said that.
A raw
Intelligence check.
Rah!
It's because it's not technically arcana, because it's not an arcane object.
17 total.
The Adrazig man, presumably, is into astronomy, because he has a telescope pointed at the heavens.
What direction is it pointed to? Would it be pointed to where the moon would line up?
Now that one is going to be pretty difficult because one, the moon's not out, and the moon does move, and it's not always in the same position in the sky.
And there's two moons.
And there's two of them, so...
Matthias is one of them, and Matthias is the other one. One of them's fake. Gaslight
So...
moon.
Probably... not able to tell that from this current angle.
Okay.
I mean,
It's
where is it?
just up.
Where is it pointing at now? Up. Okay.
Just up in general. There's also a little chalkboard that he has nearby that presumably has some very well-known constellations.
All in Draconic, I'm assuming?
Yes, but there are pictures. You know, like when you put the constellations together and like, oh, this is just like a square with a little tail on the end of it.
The Odrizic.
And this somehow makes like two armies beating the shit out of each other. Or actually, no, wait. That one in real life is just two stars, and then each side is the combative army, and somehow that makes like a fucking whole-ass battle. It's just two stars. Constellations are funky.
Fucking nerds.
And then meanwhile, like Orion's belt is technically like the three stars that make Orion's belt are so far away from each other, and they're not like lined up in the same way you might think there are. They're not just like next to each other, like one's several thousand light years away from each other, but it lines up in such a way that we see them as three consecutive lines. But yeah, there's some constellations up there, marked off as various animals or people in heroic poses, and then he kind of drew himself as them.
God, have a man crush on yourself, huh?
I'm in the stars. I'm in the stars.
Would you fuck me?
I would. I have a mirror on my room. Whoa, dude.
And then after
life is this guy's self-insert fan fiction. Like,
I'm the protagonist. I am the protagonist.
I am Odrizic.
Beyond the astronomy room, there is alchemy room, astronomy room, water closet, armory, guard lounge, and then after that, there is one final location that you can't pass through because the door frame is not 1 inch.
Is there a keyhole?
Nope.
Ah, damn it. What does it look like?
It looks like any of the other doors. It has a knob. It's not gilded, but it's currently closed and doesn't have enough gap that you can pass through it, and no one has passed through it during the entirety of this spellcast. So there's one mystery room. Now, it could be anything. It could be a closet. It could be the vault itself, disguised. It could be the fuck room. I don't know. I know, you don't.
How long have I been in this arcane eye again?
Probably at least 10 minutes for the east wing, another 10 minutes for the west wing, meaning however much time you have after you've subtracted 20 minutes.
So I have 40 more minutes to go.
So you want to idle in front of this thing for 40 minutes?
I'm going to idle in front of it for about 20 minutes, and I'll be right back because I got to take a piss.
Okay. Wow, he's going to do it in real life too.
Can I just dripping like piss?
Why? It's the eye pissing.
I know he's just pissing himself in the park because let's go sit on another bench.
You guys see like a little wet spot forming underneath Kalos.
What the fuck's he doing?
Is part of the move?
I don't know what the move is here. I'll write that down. Kalos.
In the words of Murderface, it's pee-pee time.
It's peeing time.
Well, I don't really want to start describing it if he's going to be peeing, so I guess I'm going to go look at my phone. Funny memes.
Starts to urinate in moans.
Starts moaning.
Oh, God.
Why is he moaning? What the fuck?
I don't know, ask him.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom too. I'll be back in a sec.
We are probably going to end relatively sooner than we usually do, because obviously. So, we are going to, I guess... Well,
okay,
fast.
let me just reiterate. So the east wing, it had camo stairs, but those stairs were leading. So there's a door next to some stairs that lead northward, upward to the second floor.
Yes.
Okay. I'm drawing a visual map of this, like a bank heist.
So Kalos is gonna wait for 20 minutes in game
On the west door.
in the west door that is
past the telescope room.
past the astronomy room. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm back.
Hello,
Wait.
piss boy.
Listen.
What?
PP.
All PP times are not.
I'm just
PP
saying,
times.
if you guys really need to, we can roll your cock sizes as well.
I don't have a
However,
cock.
you can only use the D4.
What is? No.
No!
In feet, please.
Haha, that's scary. That's legitimately scary. That's
Yeah.
actual, like, whale.
You're a horse. Who knew you were part horse there, Zip?
Zip's like double his body length.
I can tripod.
I am.
So, you wait for 20 minutes, at most, in front of the unmarked room, the mystery room. It goes on for quite some time, to almost a nauseating amount, where your friends are sitting in this park while you stare dumbfounded, glazed-over look on your face, and Zen's hiding in a bush again.
I will be dangling my little feetsies in the pond, getting some water.
20 minutes go by, and not a single guard comes to open the door. There is this brief moment of hope when one of the mothers, presumably, you can't remember if this is Dauntless's mom or not, it's just one of the female Dragonborn. They all look the same to you. I mean, it could be, couldn't, I don't know. Ooh. But one of the female Dragonborn that presumably lives here approaches the door, and she is currently clasping a bit of fruit in her hand. And with one hand not clasping the fruit, which I'll presumably say is some sort of apple, a bright red apple. Looks very juicy. Clutching the apple in one hand and grasping onto the door frame with another. She draws in a long breath before eventually grabbing the handle and giving it a turn. At which point you dash forward with brazen... I gotta see it.
What's in there? It's a fuck room.
Let me see
Damn
the
it.
thing on you, sir.
This guy has endless fuck rooms. What is this?
God, why is there so
It is a
many?
dungeon.
While it is not any of the things that you guys just yelled out loud, it is instead some sort of room for literal children.
God damn
It
it.
is a nursery. There's a bunch of little Dragonborn kids going through their lessons, learning etiquette, how to
This is your way in.
how to hold a spoon. They're learning how to, which spoon is for the soup, which fork is for the pasta, but this one is supposed to be also for dessert. You're supposed to also have your cup on your non-dominant hand side, and you are actually okay to put your elbows on the table because that one's a Sicilia rule, etc. It is a nursery / educational facility, and the mom just brought her kid an apple to eat.
Overarms the
My
apple.
fucking...
Bowler's fucking bowling pitches the apple into
If
the
only I
nursery.
could poison that apple, I would.
That's
fuck?
Dauntless's cousin, I think.
Give two fucks.
Cousin,
I don't know
sibling.
this family.
Yeah, it's kind of weird when you have this
Cousin,
many.
sister.
Yeah, it would be Dauntless's step-sibling, I think?
That's his blood.
Sibling cousin, yeah.
Yeah, step-sibling cousin. Help me,
Well.
step-sibling cousin, I'm stuck.
That's too many. That's too long. Adam.
Anyway, but yeah, it was a nursery.
Alright, so 40 minutes have gone by. Is there an open window?
There are plenty of open windows.
I'm gonna fucking fly out through there, and I want to check something for Arcane Eye before.
You have 20 minutes left on Arcane Eye. Which is decently amount of time, honestly.
That's a good time, yeah.
Let's see.
I need to see the fuck room now.
You can't still be going, surely.
Why does it sound like two hams being slapped together? Sorry.
Is that a ham hock or something? What is that?
Got a ham in your
Okay,
pocket, or
never
you just
mind.
happy to
Can't
see me?
interact with
Or
the
you just
world, or
hamming to
else I
see
would.
me.
Eh,
Oh.
Are you Dumbledore to see me?
I'm here to
I
see
go
Dumbledore.
back-
I mean,
Go ahead.
I go back to
Dumbledore.
the main foyer. Just make a little circle.
Mhm.
Go back and do I by sheer coincidence see anyone go into that nice little door that was underneath the eats stairs?
I got 2 words for you. You wish. Unfortunately, no. No one's just accessing that secret door just at this specific time, at this specific day, in this region.
Alright, well,
We
that
can
was
only
the
hope.
east one. So I'm gonna
I
go
get it.
west now.
You already checked west. That was all.
Yeah,
That
you
was where
went.
the nursery was.
You had
Oh.
nursery, telescope room, guard lounge, toilet, armory. On the east, you had
Also the alchemy.
stairway to the alchemy room. Yeah. You had so the north main double doors was feast hall. East was second floor, camo stairs, and then there was a kitchen, greenhouse, bathhouse, and guard stations on the east. But there could be more stuff to the east. Is there a north wing? Is there a south wing? Probably not a south wing because that's
South
the
wing
entrance,
would
right?
probably be
Yeah.
where I came from.
South is exiting.
Yeah.
North is the hallway. Sorry, not the hallway. The dining hall. Technically speaking, though,
There's a study.
there's the study, which was not in any of the 2 side wings. This is it's a big estate. So, technically speaking, you did east ground and west ground floor.
I'll go north this time then.
North is the Dumbledore.
Which is the feast hall.
Yeah.
Which, Greg, you went left, right, and then you saw the fuck room.
Technically, Zip went. Yeah, Zip went east second floor. And then he had that fucking menagerie of fucking doors and hallways.
East doors plus fug room.
Don't call it the fug room. Fug room is a fucking warehouse.
Odrazig.
Fucking around the depot.
Odrazig's bedroom. Okay.
Well, I don't know where to go then.
If you just keep going north, is there then there could be something on the other side of this estate. It's so big.
North it is. I hear my boy.
Go north, as I feed a duck.
The double doors greet you.
Harry, did you put your goblet of fire?
Did you put your goblet of fire in your name?
Harry, did you see that guy's dick?
Harry, his cock's like 10 inches. Okay.
Do I have to hold on, I gotta put this on my OneNote now under Odrazig's name.
Dong.
10-incher.
Audra Dong, am I right?
There's a reason why they call him Audra Daddy.
They're not putting that in.
He'd probably kill you if you heard him say that.
We agreed on Daddy Mortimer.
Okay. And then get your story right.
Alec, you're the best.
Well, if you want to, whatever.
Daddy Mortimer.
Whatever.
10-incher.
So the north is the dining hall / throne room.
Okay. I'm assuming the doors aren't open.
They are closed unless someone is actively trying to come through them. There are doors each door is held or occupied by a guard who's prepared to open it. But since you're not actually there to open it, there's no reason for them to just randomly start opening doors. Unlike Bethesda AI, where they just start doing random shit when sandboxing.
There isn't like a 1-inch.
You could do what the beetle did and just leave and then go in through a different one.
That's true. I do that.
So you leave, go outside, go towards the north, which is where the dining hall is, and just go into one of the ventilation shafts. You're acting very sus. Haha, haha. Alright, that's enough from me today. I'll stop. But you can enter the dining hall, where you'll see the enormous 30 by 20 foot portrait of Odrazig. You have the 2 dragon gilded doors, occupied by 1 guard each. And then inside the dining hall itself, there are at least an additional 4, so at least 6 people in here, none of whom are family members, all guards.
And then, Zip, remind me, you went left, right, or right?
East.
He came in from the west, went to the east. And then eventually he got kind of barred from that east one, and then left through the double door, which is into the foyer. So technically he did not go to the east one. He went out the window so that he can go into the east one from a different angle. And then he went into that hallway and then followed to the oasis on the roof, and then followed Odrazig down, back into the foyer, towards east 2nd floor, menagerie of hallways, 10 inches.
Okay. Now, since I kind of have a description of where...
So technically speaking, so technically the east dragon door attached to the main hallway, Zip didn't do that much scouting in there because he went to follow the 2 females up to the oasis, so almost every door in there has been unexplored by Zip. Because he just went and followed the ladies upstairs.
I'll explore what Zip didn't explore
then. So that one, you're going to be also hitting many walls in terms of doors that are not an inch to pass through. Now, I think about it, I'm looking at my own door. Could you... Yeah, in real life you could. Yeah, okay. No one do that to me in real life. Because there's an inch gap between the floor and my door in my room that you can pass through.
Oh, but Adam, I was just practicing
my
arcane eye, and then I was gonna.
Oh yeah, well you guys are gonna be greeted with not a 10-incher. I can't say that. I can't. I literally can't. That's not in. It's not in the cards. Anyways,
the spawn cards.
I will not say the number. Anyways. So you are barred from a decent amount of rooms around here. On the opposite side of the hallway, opposite to where the dragon door that Zip bypassed, there is another door. It's not a dragon door because it doesn't lead into the main hall. It seems that they only have these gilded dragon doors that lead into the main hall, with the exception of the 2 double doors. So that one is not particularly crazy ornate relative to the other side of the hallway. There's the bench that the 2 ladies were sitting on, and a total of, if you include the one that leads to the spiral staircase leading up to the oasis, there are a total of 4 side doors. Again, one of which it leads upwards. So technically 3 unexplored doors. And then 1 on the end hallway.
Ooh, I'll check the one at the end hallway.
The one at the end hallway is actually currently ajar. The reason is because... Did you make a nick noise?
Yes.
Shot.
Is because it seems to be that 2 of the little whippersnappers, who are currently not occupying themselves with etiquette lessons, are currently running through the hallways playing some sort of game that involves tag. It's called tag. One of them is holding the door open so that they can run through, and is about to slam the door shut so that the other person who's chasing them would eat a face full of door. You use this opportunity to slip through before you hear behind... you can't hear, actually. So you can't hear him crying.
You assume.
I assume that he just got whipped.
We can hear it from outside. That's how much of a little fish he is now.
Bit Sphinx in him.
But you leave that behind and leave the children to their own devices. You pass through here, and apparently you've come into a large, multi-bunk-bedded common room. They kind of have all the kids' rooms in this one big area, and there are several bunk beds for all the kids. You count.
So this is just the kid's room.
Yeah, this is the kid's bedroom, communal edition.
God.
There's a minimum of 40 bunks here.
Smells like farts.
It probably does, except for the fact they probably clean it more often than they were. As
Was it
much
for
as they should.
Julie's? It smells like for Julie's.
Did you just say for
Listen,
What is
man.
it?
It's frijoles.
Henry told me to say it that way.
Well, don't. He was.
No, I was,
Taking
I
the
was like,
piss.
you can say it like
Frijoles?
that.
Okay.
He was taking the piss.
Okay, he's having a giggle.
I was having a giggle, mate.
He's having a giggle, mate.
If you
Yeah.
want to tell someone you respect their beliefs and love their mother, you just say "Me cago en tu madre."
Oh God.
I'll go. Uh-oh, I get where that's going.
So you are currently in the communal children's bedchamber. There are some toys on the floor, but it is kept relatively neat by a maid.
Just look around. It's just like, God damn it, bro. Fuck. Why am I getting all these
It'll be a
kids here,
substructure, dude. It'll be a substructure.
I have to look for something else. I try to find, I guess, my way out.
Easily enough, you can just exit through one of the windows, and you feel like you only have a few minutes left on this arcane eye. Now, if everything around here is just going to be what you would expect in a person's house to have...
What the hell?
you're
They have a
disappointed-
kitchen?
And you're disappointed by those, you're going to be severely disappointed by a majority of the rooms here.
Yeah.
What is this?
I kind of is on the outside though. Is there like any like I guess shed looking place that has way too many guards that a shed should have?
I mean, maybe it's
There's a big
underground.
storage yard. Yeah, I think it might be underground.
They have a
Do we
storage
know what
facility,
level? Oh.
Probably there. Yeah.
but whether or not that's the secret entrance to the vault is to be seen. You only have a few minutes left on the arcane eye. I'm gonna put a little timer in my head. I might cut off the timer right before you see something cool.
All right, hold on. Before you do that,
She's cocked
I
again.
have another level 4
Get another
spell
good
slot.
looking.
Can I dump it remotely, or would I have to do another arcane eye?
It would have
Like-
to be another casting.
Okay.
So all the suspension is now at the window. Damn it. It was gonna be a cool cutoff before you.
I know you were gonna do some cool cutoff. That's why I'm just like, you know what?
How
No.
dare you.
I'm just gonna, since I have a couple more minutes on it, I'm just gonna stop focusing on it and then take out another Charlotte, and then that Charlotte disintegrates, and then I just spin this one, and I'm like, guys, I'm going back in, baby, and then it goes away. It puffs into motion, and then it flies away.
On the exterior parts of the state, there are many facilities that can be found here. First of all, there is a larger garden that can be used for many different crops, many of which can be found locally, but it's kind of a trip to go all the way from the upper crust district down to the lower crust to buy some fruits and vegetables and bring it back, because those are poor people vegetables. We grow our own here. I mean the Mordremoths, of which I'm narrating, so I am Mordremoth.
I am them.
Vegetable garden and fruits and vegetables. Access to drinking water can be found at very many regular intervals. Desert city, after all, no one wants to be fucking dehydrated. The guard barracks, a larger facility occupying a large, presumably almost the size of like not a modern day apartment complex, but just like a medieval apartment complex. Presumably can hold upwards of at least 40 to 50 guards. Is stationed here and built on property. Now, as previously mentioned, there are other facilities that can be used by the guards to lounge about or relax, but designated sleeping quarters is here. A training yard can be found immediately out front, followed by, on the exact opposite end of the estate, if the guard barracks and training ground is on the east side, then the warehouse for storage of larger things can be found on the west. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that the vault is here, because, one, it's above ground, and according to your description, it might be a subterranean feature. Who knows, there could be a hidden hatch down here, but there's a good chance all you find is wine, because it's nice to store wine underground. in either case, both of those things are the two major features on the exterior part of the estate that's still within the Mordremoth family area. Of course, there's also like a long, empty lawn and a walkway that leads up to it, but generally speaking, it's completely featureless and occupies nothing more than to say, we own this land, we can do whatever the fuck we want with it, I'm gonna put nothing here.
Must be nice to be rich.
I know, right?
I say out loud, and probably no one hears me because they're feeding the ducks.
He's looking at him.
So, the warehouse itself, everything here has guard occupation, be it from a patrol or a stationary one that is next to any door frames. In this case, there are 2 guards next to 2 double doors. There's a loading dock in the back, which presumably has a cobbled floor that horses can, or camels in the case of this environment. Other beasts of burden can be used to offload and unload things into the warehouse, and a normal entrance for humanoid-sized creatures to walk through normally. The windows themselves are very high off the ground, so that any would-be thief would need to have the little hairs on his fingers like Spider-Man to get up efficiently, and they are not particularly large in such a way that a normal-sized person could fit there in the first place. Maybe a raccoon that had spider climb could fit through there, or in your case, little Charlotte.
Or, if we're gonna rob the place, a swarm of spiders. Courtesy to Laszlo.
You wouldn't do
An
that, would
actual
you?
raccoon.
2 raccoons. Pulling a heist job. Fucking Sly Cooper. But you can bring Charlotte through one of the windows into the warehouse itself. Very well stocked and organized, not by Fug, but just by some regular guy who looks nothing like Fug, because it's a human man wearing a like a headdress. The individual is currently having a clipboard in one hand, a pencil in the other, marking down the stock to the best of his ability down to the decimal point. He walks around marking off occupied boxes with a little chalk mark that he has in one hand. Maybe it's for outgoing shipment. You're not entirely sure what his system is at the moment, and he's just marking boxes for whatever reason, different symbols that are presumably keyly made for just his own organization system. And while there are not many things that are just open and open and exposed to the air, many things are in either crates or otherwise for storage, there are a few objects that are kept out in the open that you can see at an immediate behest. They include things such as a couple of boxes filled with nails for carpentry. Another one is masonry tools, be it like the little trowel that you use to apply mortar to things, a hammer and chisel, presumably for like maintenance around the house, a large sack with the mortar that you would mix to put between bricks, bit and bridle for beasts of burden are kept on a little mannequin of a horse that has no head. Not the bit and bridle, because that's literally bit by the thing, so it does have a head, excuse me. Horse mannequin. Horse mannequin, a couple of things that are kept in glass containers. One of them appears to be alchemical ingredients, judging by what they look like it's sundries. They kind of just look like dry leaves. It could be for tea, for all you know. It could be tea, could be tobacco, could be made in alchemical ingredients. They're not particularly well suited to that kind of stuff. Could be cereal for all you know. And everything else is more or less sealed away in containers. The doors you can see from the interior, of course, the one for the loading bay in the back, 2 double doors. The one on the opposite side of the warehouse, made for people to just walk to and from. And then an office here for is presumably the quartermaster. The quartermaster's thing is more like a cubicle than an actual office. It just has the 2 doors and an open ceiling reasonably speaking, he's mostly the only person in here, and you don't need that much more privacy to have a ceiling on here. So it's more like a cubicle, if anything. Just a simple desk, a cabinet for some paperwork, and a vault, not a vault, a safe.
Oh, look, it's right there. It's the vault.
A safe underneath his desk. It's presumably just like, you know, one that would have very confidential paperwork, or maybe like a gun, I don't know.
He's got the one gun.
It's not open or anything, is it?
No, it's currently closed underneath his desk.
Any paperwork?
Looking around the warehouse, is there any doors that look to be going down and not outside?
Did you say investigation check? I did.
Oh, I did. And
see with your
and it is
keen
me,
eyes.
so I'll give myself a +5.
Okay, now he's gonna get them all out before we end the session.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Like, it's a lot.
Jesus can't help you now.
30... What is that? +5... 22... 32.
Just next to the double doors, there is a hatch door that leads presumably downwards. Currently closed, and has a large metal knocker that can be used to lift up the latch.
Okay, Greg.
What, did you think the door has tits?
No, what the hell? What are you saying? No.
But it is
Oh
currently,
my god, what the fuck?
it is currently closed.
It doesn't have a keyhole, does it?
No, it's not, no locking mechanism, but it does look like a heavy door. And if you've got your fingers caught in there, you'd probably lose them.
Does it look like... Is there an inch somewhere that is there... I don't know how to... Is it so flush that I can't go through it because it's bigger than an inch?
It's not completely flush with the ground, but because it was presumably down there in terms of could be wine, they want to keep it very hermetically sealed. So there is a...
What direction is it oriented in? Like, if it was to be opened, you'd be able to walk in a direction. Would it be into the building, like the main structures of the estate?
So technically speaking, the back entrance, if you orient yourself, if you put yourself northmost being obviously the estate's main house, and the warehouse is relatively speaking southwest of the estate main house, the entryway for regular humanoids faces east, the loading dock faces west, and then this latch is closest to the loading dock. Yes.
Okay.
Now, I remember when Daedalus was brought to the thing, or if it's a vault or anything, or somewhere where he was brought to pick up his reward for the dragon blood, there were like magical items all around, and I'm assuming there isn't any magical items around here.
Everything around here looks to be regular, mundane things that any Joe Schmo would buy at a convenience store.
Oh,
I should make that a shopkeeper's
Joe
name.
Schmo?
Yeah,
that's
that'd be a
great
good
name.
one.
Yeah.
His name is Joe, and he owns a shop called Schmoes.
Sneed and feed. Sorry.
Eat sneeze.
Chucks.
I'm gonna leave this area.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing how there's nothing else, I'm gonna go back to that main foyer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming my luck doesn't get better. There isn't anyone going down that secret door, is there?
Not at the moment.
Alright, cool. Going up to that door though.
Would
Can
you
I
say the
check-
double door or the... Oh, not that one?
No, the one
secret door?
that's the secret door.
Okay.
Is there any way that I can look at it to see if there's a way to open it?
You could just look at it, but there's only so much you can do with Arcane Eye, so...
Yeah, no, I just want to observe it.
There's no runes on the door. It just seems like a very well-disguised door with only a few things that are betraying it from, discerning eyes to see that, oh, there's actually something that's supposed to be here, be it a door frame, doorway, or otherwise. But for all intents and purposes, there's no visible door handle, no hinges, while the person who made it did a pretty decent job of disguising it to be the same texture and color as the stone stairwell that it's hidden amongst. There's only so much you can get from this.
I'm just gonna sit here.
And unfortunately, since you can't hear, it could be a keyword for all you know that can open it, but you won't be able to hear it, so...
Yeah.
One of the weaknesses of Arcanine, I suppose.
A bussin'.
No, it's definitely not going to be that.
He busts a move.
If anything, it would be bussin' in Draconic, Dan, please.
Bussin' it down Draconic style.
Well, I'm just gonna chill out, see if anyone opens the door. If not, I think I checked the entire... any notable areas, and then I don't know what the guys are doing, if they're feeding ducks or whatever, if they're near me.
Yeah, the ducks are getting obese at this point. You've been feeding them for, what, an hour and 20 minutes?
I'll probably chat take it and just say it was me now.
Come on, I'm trying to make some pecking ducks. Fucking just keep eating.
Is there anywhere I should else check?
I mean, is there any inch of that compound that's easily accessible that we haven't checked?
So in terms of key locations that you haven't checked, the wives all have their own separate quarters. They don't all just cram into the patriarch's room every single night.
He crams into them.
True. But he'll call them... Well, you don't need to know this, but anyways.
Rings a little bell.
The wives' rooms are separate. There's guest rooms for if any of the uncles or other... Not the patriarch, but other head male figures of the family come by. They have rooms for them.
Other pipe layers.
Well, they're not all laying the same pipe in the same plumbing.
I don't know the culture here.
Well, I'll say that incest is frowned upon.
Good.
Incest is not wincest.
Correct.
Good. We don't have any more Christians here.
You're a Supernatural fan.
But there are rooms for those people, guest quarters, servant quarters for like the maids and the butlers and whatnot, because it's not all just guardsmen. There are obviously people who clean the area, staff who are in the kitchen, etc. Anything you can really reasonably imagine would be in a person's mansion, or estate in this case. If there is a crazy sex room, it wouldn't be easily accessible to Arcane Eye at the least.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's so much. I'm pretty sure that's bullshit.
And there are definitely more subterranean facilities besides even the one that you're trying to get into underneath the staircase in the main foyer. But generally speaking, they appear to be just storage from what you can see. Like servants going down there, coming back up with like a roll of cheese or a wheel.
There needs to be ventilation or something.
You don't eat it for cheese.
No, not for cheese, but like subterranean structures.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there must be some ventilation system around the outside. And maybe for cheese, you know.
Well, if I wanted my cheese, I wouldn't want ventilation there. Introduces too much bacteria.
Exactly.
But in other cases, they're just storage facilities that, reasonably speaking, would have nothing but mundane items and no super golem guarding them. So, unfortunately, the biggest clue in that is most likely your way to the vault is currently inaccessible to Arcane Eye. Which is, I'm referring to, of course, the foyer hidden staircase.
The east camo stairs.
Yeah, east camo stairs. 99% camo index.
As I go around and everything, can I just make sure to get a good eye on the guards and what their armor looks like, what they're wearing, and all of that type of jazz?
Well, coloration-wise, it's as you can imagine, black base, red highlights. Some of them have diamond quartz, either built into weapons or armors. Some of them have both, and you presume they're probably some of the, the higher-ups in terms of the guard staff. Now, while you don't have to get one, you wouldn't be able to get all of their names because you can't hear. So you can't just hear like, "Hey Ted, how's it going? You going on shift now?" "Yeah, the wife's bitten." Idle guard chatter. But if you assume that there are some back at the barracks and then back more inside the estate, there is a minimum to maximum range of guards in the Morgemoth estate of a maximum of about 110 and minimum of 75. Around that range, plus or minus. So.
Alright, and I'm assuming the higher ups, the higher officers,
they have more red.
Have more red.
More red the better, but there is a point where it never passes like a... It never hits a 50-50. The most you've seen on a guard is like 40% red. In terms of the uniform.
Can I just make sure I get a good understanding of the armor that they're wearing, like the intricacies, the details, and all of that? I just want to make sure.
Primarily speaking, guards on the exterior part of the house are the most armored, as they are going to be the first line of defense. Ranging from plate, chain, and everything in the heavy category is mostly what is worn there. The people on the interior, while they don't need to be wearing full plate, because one, if you have like 20 guards all wearing full plate clanging around your house the whole fucking time, it would drive me nuts. So they have more soft, padded armor. Could be medium, could be light, but generally speaking, it's something akin to that. Or you're just imagining fucking like 10 trash cans rattling at the same time.
Like the berserk fighting.
Yeah, so the ones on the interior of the house are not completely just wearing cloth. They are either wearing like leather armor or something in between that is well padded in such a way that it doesn't make too much noise. And while the floors are carpeted in certain locations, it is still technically carpet on top of hard stone. So there is still a decent amount of noise that could be made if you were wearing full plate. Not including the actual jangling of the plate itself. Same thing with chain, or just mail, rather. It would also rattle and jingle, so anyone on the interior has much quieter armor. Through mundane means, they don't have, like, shadow tag armor or anything. So. But, you know, that's the arrangement. And it makes logistical sense. The weaponry is also different depending on if you're indoors or outdoors. While all of them are equipped with a light crossbow at the minimum, the interior guards will be switching to hand crossbows due to the constraints of size with an occupying... And now the walls and ceilings are high, but it's still fighting indoors, which is a different demographic than fighting outdoors. So you don't see a guy with a full pike inside. They'll be using short swords, or maybe just like a... something single-handed weapon, relatively speaking.
No great axes.
Not on the inside, at least. They might, if anyone is using large two-handed weapons, it'll probably be exterior guardsmen. There might be some, you know, layover when like one of them goes inside, who is normally an outdoor guardsman who needs to like relay some information. But other than that, the general consensus is lighter weapons that are easier to fight with indoors are indoors. And then big-ass two-handed weapons that could cleave a horse in two outside.
Okay. I'm just gonna wait in the foyer just to see if anyone goes down unless my some other word for companions, because I don't want to say companions.
Comrades, allies.
Unless my comrades want me to do something else, but I'm just gonna wait there for the last hour.
The most you see, unfortunately, from your perspective, is just a couple of servants running errands to and from. One of them is presumably bringing some post-coitus snacks to the patriarch's room or something. You don't have to follow him if you don't want to.
G Fuel.
G Fuel.
Odrzig brand.
What was that? The blue pill, fucking...
Blue Chew?
Yeah, Blue Chew, that one.
Yeah.
Oh, Viagra, that's what I'm looking for.
It's just a gallon of water.
It's just, you know, it could be. I mean, you know, you lose a lot of fluids.
Yeah.
Considering how many wives he has. But anyways, If there's nothing else, because under most circumstances, this is just someone's house. As ostentatious as it is and as wealthy as they are, they don't just have, action all the time in that regard. They have action of other kinds. Sex. Subtle.
And then I guess time elapses, no one goes in the room, and then I just come back. It's just like, alright, well, I gave you guys all the information that I got.
And it is a decent amount. The layout is more or less should be in you guys' mind's eye, to an extent. While there are some rooms that are unventured into, generally speaking, the layout is as described for a majority of the location. You've even gotten like a top-down view. You can see the oasis from the top, the nice fruit-bearing tree that is surrounded by the oasis on the top floor. Number of family members, number of guards, occupations, etc. So you've done a decent amount of scouting, but some of the key information is still missing, and your key in the form of Dauntless is currently...
I've got a plan.
Oh, he does.
So in the evening, we could Zen could turn into a bat. I could get on the bat as a spider. We fly to that door.
I'm just imagining one bat covered in like hundreds of spiders.
It's fucking terrifying.
It is terrifying.
And then you could land, open that. You said it's in the shade, so they probably wouldn't put a torch near there to to draw attention to it. So we could be in the cover of night. We could get that open. Somehow, you guys could get past the guards at the front. I don't know how. I could, if there's any dirt, I could teleport in. But then there's a whole that's a whole thing. Depends if we want to have everyone with us. That's the situation.
Here's the thing. I feel like we're kind of at our limits. Besides one of us physically going back in there again for a third dip at.
Yeah, so I'm saying not for now, but for when when Dauntless is around. And they
and
go
also
in.
Zen.
And Zen, yeah.
Well, that's
The only alternative third option, the second
Can you
option.
turn into a creature?
Me or?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Because the only alternative option I can think of, and this I very specifically will say through the network is, I mean, if we can get access to the black market again, like considering that the black market is kind of competition to the Morgemoths, if like they're looking at this estate and there's maybe someone who's done what we've done, but more extensively, and like we could get, if we have like, I don't know how much it would cost us, even just to get back in and to then barter with someone on the inside, but like.
Well, there was that knowledge guy that would tell you stuff, right? I mean, we could go back to.
Problem is, I don't want to like break in. Like we had to go through a lot of checking and passwords and stuff to get into the market in the first place. So I don't want to like. I feel like that would create more problems for us if we're like, then we went in there when we're uninvited and then. But basically, like that's as far as getting more info before we actually get in there. Like that's the most I can think of off the top of my head. Unless we want to like go find Loki and ask him how to steal his own magical artifact.
Right. Let me just
call him up.
Yeah.
Let me just call him.
Loki, what's good, my guy? We could always ask Rodin, the bloke we met earlier. They may have information.
I mean, he's brand new to. I mean, we could.
He's not. He might not be brand new to the place.
That is true.
We're assuming a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's someone we know is dependable and doesn't require one-time passwords.
Maybe he can give us guest pass.
Well, maybe that, or they may have information about the location.
Well, do you guys want to do it now or next week? Actually, I'm gonna be leaving at 3.
I want to do it next week. Well, who said that?
Well, Adam wants to do it next week. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll do it next week.
Yeah, it's kind of a big deal that we're missing Dauntless, but can't blame Andrew for that. He's got other things.
I would like to do. You sounded like the little King Julian, little guy.
I want to do it next week.
Oh, shut up, old man. His old man's back.
Actually, before we do get off though, can we just make
Level
a
up.
point of getting
Sorry, what'd you say?
Sorry.
diamonds, 300 gold,
500,
worth of
right?
diamonds for a Revivify for our boy Zip.
Well, it's gonna be converted into Samir, so you are going to lose out on 5% of the conversion rate.
Okay, so tell me how much I'm subtracting.
Well, what are you trying to buy again?
300 gold's worth of diamonds.
So that's 900
I
Samir.
mean, I think I've got some unconverted Samir. If you don't want to do the
Oh, that's convenient.
Oh, okay.
yeah, I've got 2,500 Samir on me.
Oh yeah, it was fine. There you go.
I
don't
so
know how
what,
to do
it's
math.
900 for
900 gold worth of.
Oh wait, I
Sorry,
have
900 Samir worth is the equivalent of 300 gold worth of diamonds for the purpose of spell stuff.
Zip, do you need anything else for your spells? Material cost wise?
I guess not. We can also just, if we need to, in between next week, if there's anything you guys need to buy, I guess you could just work that out. Most things will be available if it's a generally easy to come by thing. Diamonds, there'll be a market cap. You can't just buy literally all of your money worth of diamonds, so... but other than that, I think we do have to essentially put this on hold until we have access to the princess.
Okay.
Who'd have thought that making this person such an integral part of this would have been such a roadblock?
fucking
Way to
amnesiac
go, Adam.
backstory.
God
Your fault.
damn it, Gronk. Yeah, I'm gonna blame him.
Him and his fucking big.
The only other
beans.
thing I think we want to buy, unless we want to wait around 3 days in game, is a potion of vitality for Laszlo, because he's still.
He's feeling it.
We want
How
to buy
many
more than one.
points of exhaustion do you have?
He has 3 now.
Trez.
Wow. Jalapeno.
And he needs,
What?
he
Because
needs
it's Trez.
500 to cast. I mean, I'll give you mine.
Okay.
I'll give you
I
my
ship it.
potion of vitality.
Wow, now it's only 2.
Thank you.
We'll have.
No, it
Zip.
removes all points.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Wow,
You're
you're
welcome.
hunky dory.
Ah, emotions returned to me for a brief second, but
That's
then
not
dissipated slightly. No, I'm still here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciation
but,
hasn't left my body. Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess we
My legs
end it
fall
here,
off.
boys.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and cut it off there. Relatively speaking, uneventful but very informative at the same time, depending on your context, 10 inches. And we will see you guys next week.